தரிசனமல்லவோ. அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம், நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். ஏற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் பெண்ணும் உறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம். எதுவோ பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் என்றும் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையும் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ. அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம், நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது. பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. பரமஞான ஒருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. ரசித்தது துரு துருப்பாய் நித்யனே எங்கும் விதம் ரசித்தது. தங்க மகன் நித்யன் தெய்வம் என்றுணர்ந்தது. தங்க மகன் நித்யன் தெய்வம் கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. பரவசத்தில் ஆழ்ந்திட பூமி காக்கும் நித்யனை நான் வாரி அணைத்திட. பூமி காக்கும் நித்யனை நான் வாரி அணைத்திட. அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. வசியம் செய்திட விடமற்ற வேதம் வேற கொண்டாடிட அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கருத்தில் அன்னை எந்தன் மதிமயங்கிட தெய்வ கருத்தில் அன்னை எந்தன் மதிமயங்கிட கடல்கள் பற்றி ஆனந்தமாய் சரணடைந்திட மரமளித்தது அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கருணை மிகுந்த அன்னை என்னும் வரமளித்தது. பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது பறித்தது. பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ
நித்யானந்தன் ஜன்ம मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनेश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जय नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्री शैलेश्वरा शंभो शंकरा नित्य हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्य नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभय प्रदायक आनंददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा ईश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मंगल पावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुंदर नटनमेश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोष नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा ईश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चंद्रकलाधरी नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनंदना गोपी मनोहर
Nithyanandam to all our dear viewers connected from all over the world watching this live relay from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai. With the grace of Paramashivam, the Maha Shivaratri celebrations have started in Tiruvannamalai and in all the Kailasas worldwide. And you are now watching the live relay of the Aushadha Annadhan that is being served at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai from two locations. At Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, located on the mountain path in Annadhan. The Annamalaya devotees have already started the Girivala, the circumambulation around Arunachala, and as they are performing the circumambulation, their Girivala around Arunachala,
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாம் பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானம் எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தா சிலிர்த்திடும். சொந்தம் சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத. சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும்
The Maha Shivaratri is the auspicious occasion that celebrates the happening of Paramashiva as the first incarnation. The first ever incarnation of Paramashiva is the Lingodbhava. Paramashiva incarnated for the first time from formless to form here in Tiruvannamalai eons ago. And that happening is celebrated as Maha Shivaratri. Paramashiva took the form of an infinite column of fire or light, an infinite light shaft, to resolve a dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. Lord Brahma, the Lord of creation, and Lord Vishnu, the Lord of sustenance. This historic event, which marks the start of time itself for humanity, from when time itself started ticking in the human domain, is the very origin of what we know today as planet Earth. How this entire event happened, how Paramashiva assumed the form of Lingodbhava, the infinite light shaft, and what happened thereafter is the very history and origin of Tiruvannamalai, where we are watching this Aushadha Annadhan being served today. Tiruvannamalai is the land where Paramashiva assumed his first ever incarnation form. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashivamhas revealed the happening of Lingodbhava on several occasions over the last 30 years. Following is a brief of the happening of Lingodbhava in the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Matter has two parts, mind and physique. Mind is also matter. The highest possibility of the mind is represented by Brahma, and the highest possibility in the physical realm is represented by Vishnu. Both of them thought they are the ultimate. When you reach something extraordinary in any one field, you just feel like you are the highest. So Paramashiva has to liberate both of them, give them enlightenment, the ultimate experience. He appears as a huge Deepa Stamba, a light on a fire shaft, in front of Brahma and Vishnu. He says, any one of you who finds the tail or the head or the tail end of this Deepa Stamba is the greater of the two. So immediately Brahma assumes the form of a swan and starts flying up. The intellect and starts moving downwards. The whole search starts, and it goes on and on for ages. This light shaft is Lingodbhava. Brahma feels he will not be able to find the upper end, but he is not able to give up his ego. He is not able to surrender. Vishnu also realizes he will not be able to make it. But one nice thing about matter is the failure is clearly informed to you. You understand the failure. Vishnu comes back and surrenders and says, it is not possible. I realized consciousness is the greatest and the ultimate possibility in matter. The matter or wealth or Lakshmi cannot give the utility. It is a great thing. Having wealth is great, nothing wrong, but that itself is not the purpose of life. That itself is not the ultimate. It is just a utility, a good utility. Having good food, good clothes, good education, good medical care, and good infrastructure is perfect but not ultimate. While Brahma is going up, he sees a flower, the talampu, the screw pine flower, come down. He catches the flower and asks, where are you coming from? The flower says, Shiva kept me in his ears, so from the ear I am falling and going down. Brahma asks, will you do me a favor? After all, you are going down. I will take you and tell Shiva that I came up to his ears and brought you. The flower says, no problem, that's perfect. I can do a favor to you. What is there? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes this as the disciple-disciple relationship. Continuing in the words of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, so they try to play their foolish game, and Brahma comes down and says, Mahadeva, I reached your head. From your ears I brought this flower. As the witness, Shiva asks the flower, what do you say about it? The flower says, yes, he brought me from the ears. Shiva just opens his third eye. Immediately Brahma is shaken. Brahma knows. After all, he cannot hide. Shiva says, because of your lying, unstable structure, nobody will worship you on the planet, and you will not be the measuring scale for anything. That is why the mind can never be a measuring scale for anything in the world, even for yours. In the morning, it will show that you are in ecstasy, already enlightened, and in the evening, it will tell you, an enlightenment, why are you cheating? Understand, the representation of your mood swing is Brahma. So even if you are caught with Vishnu, with wealth, don't worry, you will finally fall at the feet and get enlightened. Never get caught with Brahma, because the swing that Brahma does is unimaginable, just like the tongue which can speak anything into anything. That is why Brahma has no temple till date. To the flower, Shiva says, you will not be used anymore for my worship. Both Brahma and the flower come to their senses. They cry and beg to Paramashiva. Shiva tells Brahma, alright, wherever my Charanamrita, the water used to wash my feet, falls, stand there and continuously drink the Charanamrita so that your tongue will become pure. That is the reason why in all temples where Shiva's Charanamrita falls, Brahma will be standing and drinking and sprinkling it and filling his kamandalu, his water. He creates the world. He creates the whole universe. And whatever little bit of stability is there in the mind is because of the Charanamrita of Paramashiva. As long as you drink the Charanamrita, you will not have the effect of Brahma on you. The flower continuously does penance, and finally Shiva asks. Shiva says, maybe only on one day, on the Shivaratri day, I will accept. You will be used for my worship. He gives the Shapa Vimochana, the liberation from the thirst to the screw pine flower. It is today, the Maha Paramashivaratri day, that the Talampu, this flower, will be offered to Lingodbhava, to the Lingodbhava deity in all the Shiva temples worldwide. And this is the history behind this happening. Today you will see to the Lingodbhava deity, that will be the main sanctum where the main Shivalinga resides. Behind the main sanctum, you will find Lingodbhava on the western side. And to him, today's entire puja, worship will be offered. And the Talampu, the screw pine flower, will be offered to him during the second jama. It's the second round of Abhisheka that is done to Lingodbhava. And today, in the Arunachala temple in Tiruvannamalai, the Lingodbhava deity will be receiving continuous Abhishekam, worship, puja, and in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, the Abhishekams have started and are continuously happening in parallel with the Aushadha Annadhan that is being served to the Annamalaya devotees who are going around Arunachala Hill in circumambulation. Today is an extremely auspicious, as it is today, that Paramashiva incarnated and liberated for Brahma and Lord Vishnu themselves and promised to humanity that he will remain forever here in Tiruvannamalai, gracing the entire humanity in three forms: as the Arunachala Hill, as the Arunachaleshwara Linga inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, and as an eternally living incarnation through an unbroken lineage of incarnations. The current living incarnation of Paramashiva being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy. Annamalaya devotees, Paramashiva devotees in Tiruvannamalai will continuously be performing the circumambulation, Gedibala around Arunachala. They will be in continuous remembrance of the happening of Lingodbhava here in this very land of Tiruvannamalai. Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala, is the land which liberates you just if you merely remember it. Smaranat Mukti Arunachala, it means Smaranam. Just by mere remembrance, Mukti, you are bestowed with liberation. Smaranat Mukti Arunachala. Just by remembering Arunachala, you are liberated. That is the power of this Kshetra, this holy land. And the Annamalaya devotees are extremely fortunate and blessed on this occasion to receive this Aushadha Annadhan, their very food today, on this very day, from the divine hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, to the extended hands of his own devotees. His Satya Sankalpa for humanity, his blessing for humanity, his eternal blessing and promise to liberate humanity from Tiruvannamalai. That very energy is infused into this food that is being served, which is why it is called the Aushadha food, food for healing and enlightenment itself, food infused with conscious energy, food cooked with ingredients that aid conscious growth. It is just not mere food for a hungry stomach, it is food that nourishes the very soul. Though initially misled by his own arrogance, Lord Brahma himself is the one who narrates this entire story of the happening of Lingodbhava in Tiruvannamalai through the Arunachala Puranam to his own son. There is not an ounce of pride remaining in Lord Brahma anymore after being liberated by Paramashiva. Neither hot vengeance against him, whom he could have perceived as his punisher, but instead remembers with the deepest reverence, beyond the slightest hints of pain. heeding to the request of Lord Brahma and Vishnu that he must continue to be in Tiruvannamalai, enlightening the rest of humanity, Paramashiva settles down his effulgent light form into the form of the sacred hill Arunachala to liberate human beings forever. And even as he took the hill form, those who were dearly devoted to him sweetly lamented, "O Paramashiva, if you are in hill form, other than the rain from the sky, who will be able to perform Abhishekam, the sacred bath for you? Other than the stars, of the sun, who can offer Deepa, the lit lamp for you?" And in response, Paramashiva took the next form in Tiruvannamalai as the Arunachaleshwara Shivalinga, which can be worshipped by his people every day through rituals. Paramashiva also promised to be ever present in Tiruvannamalai in human form as an incarnation, the Guru. Thus, Tiruvannamalai boasts of an unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva, the current living incarnation being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivim. Bhagavan's immediate predecessors in this holy land of Tiruvannamalai in the unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva are Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal, Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi and Sri Sheshadri Swamigal. In a fourth form which was not declared by Paramashiva, he lives as the Shiva Sarva Guhasayah, as Shiva, the one who resides in the hearts of all. This is true especially among the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai, for whom Arunachala is the Antaryami, their most supreme Lord, an intimate partner residing in their very hearts. And this is what makes it possible for Paramashiva to appear again and again as one among them in this very land. Tiruvannamalai is also known as Arunachala, and the hill Arunachala is also known as Annamalai, and the Arunachaleshwara Linga is also known as Annamalayar. Adhering to his most compassionate boon to humanity, Paramashiva takes the form of Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara and guides Lord Vishnu and Lord Brahma in creating the enlightened civilization of Tiruvannamalai, and ordains the cosmic architect Vishwakarma to construct a city. And the detailed guidance that Paramashiva himself gives Vishwakarma is documented as in the Uttarakamika Agama, the sacred Hindu scriptures. And therefore, Tiruvannamalai adheres perfectly to the Shiva's city. Tiruvannamalai is the hometown of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The people you are seeing here receiving the Aushadha Annadhan are the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai. And the Annamalaya devotees who enter Tiruvannamalai for every full moon night and on occasions such as the Maha Shivaratri to worship Annamalayar and to perform Giribala, circumambulation around Arunachala, which is a 14-kilometer path around Arunachala. And Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, which is located in the mountain path, is exactly at the 7th kilometer, midway in the 14-kilometer path. This kshetra was established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 19th of April 2008 on the auspicious Chitra Purnima, the full moon night that comes in the month of April. Every full moon night, this kshetram, the Nithyananda Janmabhūmi kshetram on the mountain path, serves food to millions of Annamalaya devotees for over 36 hours non-stop. On the other days, the everyday Aushadha Annadhan happens from both these locations, where the sadhus, the sannyasis, the citizens of Tiruvannamalai, and the everyday visitors can walk in any time and ask for their meal, and they will be served. That is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for not just Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, but all Kailasa ecosystems he has established around the world, where there is a Kailasa monastery complex or a center located, the people living in its vicinity should find no need to light the fire in their kitchen. They should know that they can simply walk into the Kailasa ecosystem and they will be served their meal. This is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which he educates his Annadatas with, the devotees who take charge of the 4 temples of Kailasa around the world. It is this inspiring vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that is the driving force of the Kailasas worldwide to continuously, untiringly serve the Aushadha Annadhan. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has already started the preparations for the Kundalini awakening initiation that he will be giving just a few hours from now for the Maha Shivaratri. As preparation for it, he has initiated his devotees already 2 days ago to prepare their bodies to receive this Diksha, the initiation he will be giving, in the best possible way and store it in their bio-memories and start manifesting it. The devotees and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have already started a 3-day special fasting for the Maha Shivaratri, where they are on either a liquid diet or 1 uncooked meal a day, along with a liquid diet, thus detoxifying their body, flushing out the Diksha, the Shiva Kundalini initiation, awakening Diksha, and the followers and devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have been initiated into the Mahavakya, the energized chants, a pure gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivam, or the chant Shiva Shiva. These great Mahavakyas, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has bestowed on his devotees and followers, so they may continuously chant these Mahavakyas during these 3 days and further intensify the preparation of their body-mind consciousness and be ready and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that astrologically this Maha Shivaratri is extraordinarily spiritually significant, as it happens once in every 300 years. We will be hearing more about the spiritual significance of this further tonight when we have the live darshan of the living manifestation of Paramashiva. The Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, Bhagavan's own parental home, which is the second location from where the Annadhan is happening, is located on the Tiruvudal street, right next to the Arunachala temple, the Annamalai temple. During the live darshan, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, will be initiating us into the awakening of the Kundalini Shakti and the awakening of the third eye. The third eye, which is the Agnya Chakra, which is located between our eyebrows in our forehead, is one of the 7 main energy centers or chakras in our body. And when it is awakened, it becomes the very seat from where we can harness the entire cosmic intelligence, where we can manifest the different powers of Paramashiva, like how our ancient rishis did in the ancient Kailasa civilization that existed once upon a time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, has initiated millions and millions into the third eye awakening. And today, we have born blind people being able to read just with the power of their third eye. The initiated disciples and devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have started manifesting the various spiritual powers of Paramashiva, for which we are hardwired, which is the core of the mission of Kailasa, of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to enable human beings to get back in touch with what they are hardwired for, their very purpose, which is to radiate, to manifest Paramashivatva, the stagiousness, the superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. And towards this objective is the untiring work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, over the last 45 years. Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of Bhagavan in Tiruvallur Street, is where the entire revival of Kailasa, the only Hindu nation in the world today, started by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam. It is here in his parental home on Tiruvallur Street in Tiruvannamalai that the revival of Kailasa started. The beginnings of every aspect, of every dimension of the Kailasa nation that we see today started right here in his parental home, and therefore it is with great pride and privilege that serve the Aushadha Annadhan food from his very own parental home, which is the beginning of Kailasa, the only Hindu nation in the world today. The temples of Kailasa spread around the world all started from the first home temple run by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism right here in his parental home, in his roof garden. Every single monumental achievement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the Kailasa nation has its beginnings here in Tiruvannamalai, in this holy land, his beloved hometown. The Arunachala Linga inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. The entire temple is centered around the Arunachaleshwara Linga, while the entire city, the entire town of Tiruvannamalai is centered on the Arunachala Hill. That is the perfect orchestration and positioning of Paramashiva in this holy land, where the temple is centered on the Shivalinga and the city is centered on the hill. As per the Kamika Agama, the scriptural mandate of Paramashiva, exactly hill as a huge Shivalinga, which it is. It is the very Paramashiva Linga in the form of the hill. Exactly as per the Kamika Agama, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed how perfectly, as per the Agama, on the western side of the hill, where Lingodbhava is supposed to be situated, we have the Lingodbhava, we have the temple, the Shiva temple. And exactly on the southern side of the hill, we have the famous Dakshinamurti temple in Tiruvannamalai. And exactly as per the Kamika Agama, on the northern side of the hill, we have the famous Durga temple, the Durgayaman temple, near Pavalakkundru. And the entire positioning on the northern, western and southern side, having the hill as the center, as the very Shivalinga, these temples are located. That is the perfect adherence of this holy land to Paramashiva's scriptural mandate in Kamika Agama. And further, as per the Kamika Agama in Tiruvannamalai, the Shivacharyas, the temple priests, reside on the northern side, and the Adishaiva Vedalar communities, who have produced the great kings and Rajagurus and incarnations, reside in the southern side, in the eastern side, and in the southeastern side. Bhagavan's own parental home on the Tiruvudal street, which we are now watching live, is located exactly on the southern side of the Arunachala temple. Such is the precision in orchestration in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. Arunachala is the hill that beckons. Every ardent devotee of Paramashiva can feel the inexplicable pull of Arunachala. In the opening verse of the Annamalai Venba, sung by the great saint of Tiruvannamalai, Guhe Namah Shivaya, he sings, Adi Nadamadum Malai, Andriruvatedum Malai, Jodi Madi Adaravam Sudum Malai, Nidhi Tadaikum Malai, Jnanatta Bodhanarai Vavendralaikum Malai, Annamalai. The translation goes, the mountain that is dancing the primordial dance, the Shiva Tandava, the mountain which the two were seeking, that is Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu were seeking, the mountain that the moon and the serpent adorn, the mountain where the cosmic law flourishes, its very abode, O Arunachala. The pull of Arunachala is authenticated in the life of each incarnation of Tiruvannamalai in the unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva here in this holy land. Whether it is the great Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi or Shri Sheshadri Swamigal or Shri Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal or Guhe Namah Shivaya or our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The pull of Arunachala is authenticated by them in each of their life stories. As exceptional revelations to us humans, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described the moments of his cosmic descent from the ethereal realms to the physical realms of Arunachala. When he assumed the human birth here in Tiruvannamalai on the 3rd of January of 1978, when the Chitra star rose in the constellation on the auspicious Mahadeva Ashtami dedicated to Lord Paramashiva Mahadeva, the 8th day of the waning moon during the auspicious Margashirsha month, which is the month that has given birth to thousands and thousands of incarnations, including Bhagavan Shri Krishna. Bhagavan's parental home on Tiruvudal street, where the Aushadha Annadhan is being served, falls in the 6th circumambulation path of the Arunachala temple. As per the Kamika Agama mandated by Paramashiva, every main Hindu temple must have 7 prakarams or circumambulation paths around it. And in Tiruvannamalai, in the Arunachala temple, there are exactly 7 circles around Arunachala. The first 5 prakarams are located within the temple precincts enclosed by the 9 lofty temple towers, and the 6th and the 7th paths are located just outside of it. On the 6th path is located Bhagavan's parental home. This 6th circumambulation path is called the Madhavidi. It comprises, on the eastern side, it is called the Teradi street. Teradi meaning where the temple chariot called the Ter is parked, where the Ter Mutti is the parking station of the temple chariot, which is called the Teradi. Therefore, it is called the Teradi street on the eastern side. And on the western side, it is called the Pegobram street. On the southern side, it is called the Tirubodal street, where Bhagavan's parental home is located. And on the northern side, it is called the Amaniyaman Gobram street. These 4 streets, it is called the Periyatheru, the big street on the northern side. These 4 streets comprise what is called the Madhavidi, which is there for every large Hindu temple built as per the Kamika Agama. And it is on this Madhavidi that the presiding deity of the temple travels in grand processions during all the festivals. Here in Tiruvannamalai, Annamalayar travels on these 4 streets, the Madhavidi, almost 300 days in a year, as in Tiruvannamalai, Annamalayar is celebrated like in no other place. 300 days out of 365 days, Annamalayar travels in procession on these streets surrounding the Arunachala temple, and 2 days in the year he travels the entire Girivala path, the circumambulation around Arunachala, to show his devotees the profound significance of performing the Girivala, where when you are in continuous remembrance of Paramashiva, of him, and you perform the Girivala, your very mind subsides, it settles, it falls into the very Nirvikalpa Samadhi state, where the thought shaft ceases and you are centered in your very being. In Tiruvannamalai, worship is adoration of their beloved Annamalayar. And it is with this adoration they congregate inside the temple every day and draw him to the streets 300 days in a year, surrounding him as he pulls their heartstrings asunder. The relationship between Annamalayar and his devotees is too intimate to describe in words. It can only be seen and felt through these celebrations that happen in Tiruvannamalai every single day. And this explains the adoration that the people have for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is the living manifestation of Paramashiva in this very holy land. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, during his childhood years here in Tiruvannamalai, which is the first 15 years of his life, from 1978 to 1992, and then thereon for a period of 3 years up to 1995, when he was visiting Tiruvannamalai from where he was attending his polytechnic studies. The first 17 years from 1978 to 1995, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was completely immersed in this holy land, in the revival of Kailasa in its various dimensions. Right from his childhood, his life is dedicated to his mission for humanity, to revive Kailasa in all its dimensions. In his childhood, he was a live wire that infused the love current of Annamalayar into any being that came in touch with him. His days and nights from infancy were filled only with worship, festivities, and sacred truths from the scriptures, which he was exploring with his beloved gurus of this holy land.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मूषिकवाहना मंगलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
The sadhu, sannyasis, devotees of Annamalai reach his feet, surrendering at his feet with the ultimate trust that he will take care of them. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, takes it as his complete responsibility to take care of his devotees by providing food, drinking water, basic shelter, and spiritual upliftment continuously for his beloved people through various socio-spiritual services. As we are seeing today in front of our eyes, the Aushadha Annadhan being served to the Annamalai devotees. And serving food to the Annamalai devotees is especially significant in Tiruvannamalai, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as here in Tiruvannamalai, Annamalai's devotees carry him in their very hearts as they come around in Giribala around Arunachala. And as they come around Giribala, they are in continuous remembrance of him. And here in Tiruvannamalai, since he has manifested as the infinite column of fire, as the infinite column of light, to resolve the dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu, the 5 elements of earth, air, water, ether and fire. Here in Tiruvannamalai, he is celebrated as the fire element. Therefore, when his devotees come around in circumambulation, when they are in utter remembrance of him, he manifests as their very digestive fire in their stomach. Therefore, every ladle of food that you are serving to his devotees, you are literally serving to Annamalai himself. That is the profound spiritual significance of serving Annadhan, food, to Annamalai's devotees. This extraordinary spiritual significance of serving food to Annamalai devotees and the spiritual credit, the punya that we get from it, is described in the very Arunachala Purana, delivered by Lord Brahma to his own son, where Paramashiva himself reveals this extraordinary spiritual significance. He says in Tamil, உத்தமமாகிய தலங்களில் ஓடி அருமையாகிய தவசிகளுக்கு படைத்த அன்னத்தின் பலன் நித்தியமாயிருக்கிற காட்சியில் பெரியோர்களுக்கு படைத்த அன்னத்தில் ஒரு அன்னப்பலனுக்கும் ஒவ்வாது. அப்படிப்பட்ட காட்சியில் அநேக கோடி தவசிகளுக்கு படைத்த அன்னத்தின் பலன் உண்மையாகிய அருணாச்சலத்தில் படைத்த அன்னத்தில் ஒரு அன்னப்பலனுக்கு ஒப்பாகாது. It means the food that is served to the crow, the penance doers in the most sacred places cannot be equated to the food served to one evolved aspirant in Kashi, Varanasi, the eternal land, and the food served to crores of tapasvis, penance doers in such a land as Kashi cannot be equated. Such is the glory of serving food to Annamalai devotees in Arunachala. The Hindu diaspora and the global diaspora around the world recognize the untiring services of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Kailasa and contribute continuously towards the Aushadha Annadhan, the annual global aid of Kailasa. Just for the service of food security and assistance alone is $20 billion. This entire Aushadha Annadhan Seva happens under the direct guidance, blessings and the micromanagement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself for his beloved people of Tiruvannamalai.
Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Bandha Vimochana, Papa Samharaka, Patita Bhavana, Nitya Purisha, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Chandrasekhara, Pannagabhushana, Nikhila Lochana, Nitya Purisha, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Mata Pita Guru Deva Maheshwara, Dinadaya Bhara, Nitya Purisha, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனை
அத்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோத்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகதா சிலிர்த்திடும். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மனம் சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும். உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும். உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனனை நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். ஐம்புலனின் ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனனை நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். வாழ்ந்து பார்க்கணும். அட வாழ்ந்துதான் ஆன்மீகத்தை அனுபவிக்கணும்.
சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும்.
சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும்.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம். நித்திய தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம். நித்திய தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாயவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். பாத தரிசனம் பரிபூர்ண அருள் தரும் கருணை விழியதால் உயர் வாழ்வும் நிலை பெறும். நாகவாகனத்தில் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவளும் கொண்ட கோலமதை விழி காண்பதே வரம்.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்தியத்தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். காட்சியின் பேரிடில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும். கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும் பிறவி கடல் தாழ அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும். மனம் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகிறே. கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும் பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும். தோன்றிடும் காட்சியை பாடிட வார்த்தைகள் நானென்று நீ என்று ஓடி வரும். ஆயினும் ஆனந்த காட்சியின் பேரிடில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும். கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும் பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும். மனம் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகிறே. அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருணையின் வேந்தன் கொடிதனை ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம். கருணையாய் நித்யன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம். உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம். கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்த தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம்.
தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத்திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். ஆனந்த புரிதலில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வ திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். அன்பு வழிதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்தியனும் என்றும் நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ. பொங்கும் கடலென பக்தர் குழுமிட நித்தியனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ. அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம், நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகா சம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்த தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகா சம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். வரம் வேண்டி பக்தனும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம். குடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம். குடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் விண்ணும் உறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ. பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையம் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ. அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம், நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகா சம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்த தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகா சம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்த தரிசனம், ஞானபீட மகா சம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
ஆரீரோ ஆரிராரேராரேரோ, ஆரீரோ ஆரிராரேராரேரோ. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கருணை மிகுந்து அன்னை என்னும் வரமளித்தது. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கருணை மிகுந்து அன்னை என்னும் வரமளித்தது. பரம ஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது, பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. பரம ஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது, பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. தவழும் அழகை கண்ட தாயின் மனம் களித்தது, ததும்பும் அழகில் தரணி முழுதும் மயக்கம் கொண்டது. தவழும் அழகை கண்ட தாயின் மனம் களித்தது, ததும்பும் அழகில் தரணி முழுதும் மயக்கம் கொண்டது. துரு துருப்பாய் நித்யன் இயங்கும் விதம் ரசித்தது, துரு துருப்பாய் நித்யன் இயங்கும் தங்க மகன் நித்யன் தெய்வம் என்றுணர்ந்தது. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. பரவசத்தில் ஆழ்ந்திட பூமி காக்கும் நித்யனை நான் வாரி அணைத்திட, பூமி காக்கும் நித்யனை நான் வாரி அணைத்திட. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. வசியம் செய்திட, விடமச்செயலில் நித்யன் என்னை வசியம் செய்திட, வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட, வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கருத்தில் அன்னை எந்தன் மதிமயங்கிட, தெய்வ கருத்தில் அன்னை எந்தன் மதிமயங்கிட, கடல்கள் பற்றி ஆனந்தமாய் சரணடைந்திட, கடல்கள் பற்றி ஆனந்தமாய் சரணடைந்திட. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கருணை மிகுந்த அன்னை என்னும் வரமளித்தது, கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கருணை மிகுந்த அன்னை என்னும் வரமளித்தது. பரம ஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது, பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. பரம ஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது, பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ, ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ, ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ.
नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर मूषिकवाहन मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर शिवशक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शम्भो शङ्कर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर बंसीधर हर श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर हे मधुसूदन भवभयभञ्जन मंगल पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणा सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्तपरायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर चन्द्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परमकृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनन्दना गोपी मनोहर हरिनारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतित पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோத்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். ஓடிடும், தென்றலாக வீசிடும், தேகந்தால் சிலிர்த்திடும், சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணிவிட சேர்த்திடாம ஓடிடும். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும், இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும், இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும், எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மனம் சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும், எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சோகமாக்கிடும், ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும், ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும், என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும், என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். இறக்கம் கண்ட போதும் மனம் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். ஏற்றமான வாழ்க்கையும் இறக்கம் கண்ட போதும் மனம் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெருந்தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும், உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெருந்தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும், உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனை நம்பு, அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். ஐம்புலனின் ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனை நீ நம்பு, அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். அன்பு வழி மலரும், அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். அன்பு வழி மலரும், அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம், அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம், அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
ஆன்ம வாழ்க்கை வாழ்ந்து பார்க்கணும், அட வாழ்ந்துதான் ஆன்மீகத்தை அனுபவிக்கணும்.
ஆன்ம வாழ்க்கை வாழ்ந்து பார்க்கணும், அட வாழ்ந்துதான் ஆன்மீகத்தை அனுபவிக்கணும்.
சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும்.
சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும்.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம், அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம், அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம், அதில் தேவி தரிசனம். நித்திய தாயின் திருமுகம், கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம், அதில் தேவி தரிசனம். நித்திய தாயின் திருமுகம், கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
அன்னை கூறும் ஒரு சொல்லே நித்யானந்தத்தில் சேர்க்கும். மறை தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாய் அவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம், ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாய் அவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம், ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். பாத தரிசனம் பரிபூர்ண அருள் தரும், கருணை விழியதால் உயர் வாழ்வும் நிலை பெறும். நாகவாகனத்தில் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவளும் கொண்ட கோலமதை விழி காண்பதே வரம்.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம், நித்திய தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம், நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம், அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம், பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும், பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும்.
Third and the fourth drama Abhishek
என்று ஓடி வரும், ஆயினும் ஆனந்த காட்சியின் பேரிடில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும். கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும்.
in just a few hours from now.
புவி மீது
We will be having the special live appearance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism,
குருவே சரணம்
and it is
நாடிடும். மனம் குருவின்
an indescribable fortunate moment for the whole of humanity to have amongst us the living energy of Paramashiva radiating through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, especially on this Maha Shivaratri night, as it is this night, eons ago, Paramashiva incarnated for the first time as Lingodbhava. And that very same energy is repeating itself today, which is the celebration of Maha Shivaratri. Today is a celebration of Ayur, Arogyam and Saukyam, of a healthy, long life.
முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும் பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும் குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும் தோன்றிடும் காட்சியை பாடிட வார்த்தைகள் நான் என்று நீ என்று ஓடி வரும் ஆயினும் ஆனந்த காட்சியின் பேரில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும் கருணை
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashivam, where he assumed the human birth and lived the first 17 years of his life, from 1978 to 1995.
பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும் குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும் மனமும் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகுது அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம்
Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala, is the land that liberates one just through mere remembrance of it, which is described as Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam. Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam means Smaranam, mere remembering of Arunachalam, of Tiruvannamalai, liberates, gives one Mukti, liberation. And in this holy land, this sacred Aushadha Annadhan is being offered today to the Annamalaya devotees who are celebrating the Maha Shivaratri by coming in Girivala around Arunachala. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism again and again has explained to us the importance of vegetarian food, the importance of peaceful coexistence of human beings with all the creatures on the planet. And he has described the ideal ecosystem to have, which is the ecosystem of Kailasa, which he has revived today. The ideal ecosystem where all of creation coexists peacefully in accordance with the sacred Hindu scriptures revealed directly by Paramashiva as the Upanishad. The Hindu scriptures say, "O Brahmanebhya Shubhamastu Nityam Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu." Means the cows, not just the cows, but all animals, and the Brahmana, the class of people that does not eat animals but protects them. Both of these need to be happy and blissful. Only then humanity will have a blissful life and future. This is the very meaning of these words. For all of humanity to be blissful, the cows, the sacred animals, and the Brahmanas, the class of people that protect the cows and animals, need to be kept happy. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, has revealed Paramashiva's words in the Kamika Agam, the sacred Hindu scriptures, on how an ideal ecosystem should prevail. And it is this ideal ecosystem which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving as Kailasa. In his own words, the Kamika Agama names 10 trees such as the drumstick tree, the papaya tree, and 8 more trees to be grown in our houses, where we should also keep cows and care for them. Then we will never need to be in hunger, as our own house will become a self-system described by Paramashiva himself in the Kamika Agama. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls seeing his own maternal cotton with cotton seed and giving it and taking Cornwall, India at that time, when they were studying methods to enslave India and destroy the ecosystem. And it is because of this self-sustaining model ecosystem that our very roads were made only for pilgrimage purpose and not for any transportation of goods, because every village was self-sufficient, and the kitchen water of such an which is the indicator that the whole system is run organically, with no chemicals used for everyday cooking. And each village should have naturally formed honeycombs. The science behind this is to be polluted. If the flowers grow in polluted land, and if the bees drink the honey from such flowers, they will die within a few seconds. Second, for the flowers to be pure, the air has to be pure and build the natural honeycombs. Further, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed from the Agamas how we must maintain our doors, our very doorways. The little sparrows must come and eat them. Only then it means that because sparrows are very sensitive lungs. Only if the air pollution is low and the air is pure will the sparrows even come and live in the area. Next, Paramashiva has revealed, as explained to us by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that we must walk without shoes, barefoot on the land. Only then Mother Earth, Bhuma Devi, will scan our body and she will determine the vitamins and minerals and important ingredients required for our body, which we lack. And she will grow that as the very food in that area. And when we harvest that food, it becomes essential medicine and food for us at the same time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains how in this fashion, geography is biology in Hinduism. The earth is not mere geography, it is biology for us. And Bhuma Devi is conscious and alive, and she simply does the whole thing for us, which is why she is worshipped as Mother Earth, Bhuma Devi. She is worshipped ritualistically. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed to us how this entire Aushadha-based lifestyle becomes a Vatavarana, an ambience for us to experience Shivoham, the space of Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva, the very being of Paramashiva within us, the superconsciousness of Paramashiva, and ultimately the Kailasa, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva within us. The science of Aushadha is an alchemy science originated from Paramashiva itself, the Adi Siddha, the primordial Siddha. Paramashiva passed the science to Nandi Devar, the sacred bull, and from Nandi Devar onto the whole of humanity. Paramashiva has shared different sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma to his various disciples. He shared the Paramashiva Vijnana, his very experiences with Devi, his own beloved divine consort. He shared the knowledge of creating a civilization through Lord Subramanya, his own second son, who created a civilization with this knowledge through Nandi Devar, his sacred bull, because Nandi Devar knows all the herbs as he is all the time roaming in Kailasa. He knows where all the natural products and herbs are available. All of Paramashiva's esoteric mystical components of knowledge he shared with the world through the 7 great sages, the Saptarishis. The science of logical thinking, Sankhya, Paramashiva shared with the world through sage Kapila. And the entire enlightenment science, all the 4 Vedas, Paramashiva shared with the world through the 4 sons of Lord Brahma, the Sanaka Rishis. Such is the beautiful method of dissemination of knowledge from Paramashiva to the whole of humanity. Spread it to the rest of humanity. So this science of Aushadha, which is the underlying science of this Aushadha food that we are seeing being served today, came from Paramashiva to Nandi Devar, who mastered it, and from Nandi Devar to the great Siddhas, the mystics, enlightened mystics of the Siddha tradition of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and from them to the rest of the world, to the rest of humanity. Annamalai devotees are continuously walking into the two Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai to receive the Aushadha Annadhan.
வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட, வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட, அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது.
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started the revival of the science of Aushadha right from his childhood, here in his very parental home that we are seeing in front of our eyes, where the Aushadha Annadhan is being served in Tiruvannamalai. He explored this great science of Aushadha with his Aushadha Guru, Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, also called Narayana Swami Tata or Totakara Tata. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted different types of Aushadha to humanity for external application and oral application by more and more types of Aushadha. Some of the Aushadha gifted to humanity by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are the Aushadha to awaken the Kundalini energy, Aushadha to awaken the third eye for us to manifest all the spiritual powers of Paramashiva, Aushadha for immortality, Aushadha for anti-aging. On the 23rd of October 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the first groundbreaking Putra Kameshti Yajna, employing Aushadha, sacred energy herbs, to enable couples to conceive divine children carrying the energy of Lord Subramanya. On this occasion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that the babies that will be born through this process will carry the energy of any one of three birthmarks. 1. A clear hole, a clear mole in the shape of the veil, the spear of Lord Muruga. Or second, they will have an extra finger or an extra toe, making it 21 fingers or toes for the child. Or third, a clear dip in the third eye spot between the eyebrows, where the Agnya Chakra is located. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism defined these three as Lord Subramania's Anga Lakshana, sacred marks on the body that can be found on these babies. And we have scores of testimonials from those who attended this Putra Kameshti Yajna, who were initiated through this Putra Kameshti Yajna, and who gave birth to babies carrying one of these three marks, and who have testified to observing the babies that were born through this Putra Kameshti Yajna displaying extraordinary abilities and carrying a divine energy, making it the most delightful process for the parents to bring them up as divine beings in their life. On the 5th of November 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism unleashed the Dhanakarshana Bhairava Aushadha, Aushadha infused with the highest wealth-based conscious thought currents. This Aushadha merely needs to be applied with Hinduism, which he gave with the blessing, "You will sleep your way to wealth." And on the 3rd of September 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gifted humanity the Aushadha for manifesting the space of Ishvaratva, which is the leadership attribute of Paramashiva, where our inner space will automatically start functioning with the highest integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching. The blue veil Aushadha, veil meaning the very spear, of Lord Subramanian, which symbolizes victory and Ishwaratva. And he declared that this Aushadha will be a powerful antidote to the blue whale Aushadha, meaning the blue whale of the ocean, which makes us powerless. He said this Aushadha will take us from powerlessness to powerfulness, to the leadership quality of Paramashiva himself, what is called the Ishwaratva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains how Aushadha products create vibrations that work on our very physical body and produce 100% result. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also gifted Aushadha for manifesting the space until thought shaft ceases to exist in us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained the life of an ardent Shiva devotee, Kungalikalayya Nayanar, who lived centuries ago, who used to create and spread the fragrant Aushadha smoke called the Sambrani or the Kungilayam in Tamil. It is actually an Aushadha medicine with a very pleasant smell. If you inhale it, the non-mechanical parts of your brain will simply be awakened. The Amritadhara, the nectar intra-organ located on your Sahasrara chakra, your crown center, will open up, and the Sahasrara will start releasing everything needed, the chemicals and hormones, for you to be healthy and connect with Paramashiva. The only work this Nayanar would do from morning till night is he will create the Sambrani smoke in the temple. Just by living this lifestyle, Paramashiva, he was blessed by Paramashiva with the space of Kailasa, the Shiva Padavi, because even that smoke matters to keep the very ecosystem alive. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made at least 1,000 Kungalikalayam vessels for creating this Sambrani smoke, this Aushadha smoke, and he has distributed it to all the Kailasa ecosystems worldwide. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism therefore explains with such historical references the importance of reviving these lifestyle aspects of Sanatana Hindu Dharma for ultimately creating global peace. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further explains that especially during the global presidential addresses, what we call the satsangs, or during the Kundalini awakening processes that he conducts, experience Kailasa, because the non-mechanical parts of our brain is awakened through the inhalation of the smoke, and the quality of our consciousness is raised just by inhaling that very smoke. It is why such things were made part of our very lifestyle in the Hindu tradition. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further explains how to keep our third eye energy center between our eyebrows pure and awakened. The third eye has nerves just like the normal two eyes, which get calcified by the neurotoxins that we build because of the quality of the food that we eat. Therefore, the detoxification of these toxins need to happen. And this can be achieved in multiple ways. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has prescribed rubbing pure organic turmeric on our third eye every day before going to sleep. On the 28th of June 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained the science of Mani Mantra and Aushadha. Hinduism is basically the science of exploring the multiple possibilities and powers, opening various states of consciousness and exploring multi-dimensions of the universe. Paramashiva employs three major methods, Mani, Mantra and Aushadha, for this purpose. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism employs all of these three to reprogram our biomemory and Money means the non-invasive spiritual alchemy products, which do not get into our body, which we just keep near us, like the various mandalas gifted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, such as the Sadashiva Mandala and more. Merely by keeping these alchemic products next to us, the very superconscious energy is continuously infused in us. Mantra means the spiritual alchemy process where you sit in a mandala in a circle and specific sacred geometric lines are drawn and specific sounds are generated and initiation is induced through this, reprogramming our very biomemory with the space of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hindu meditation programs worldwide, generating the precise sounds needed to awakening our Kundalini. Aushadha means infusing herbs, specific herbs with conscious energy for giving us healing and enlightenment. Sacred herbs which we will either be consuming or merely keeping in our mouth, through which our very consciousness raises to the other planes of the universe. Such is the great science of Aushadha. And today we are watching the Aushadha Annadhan being served to us at KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, being served to all the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating Arunachala, the hill form of Paramashiva in this holy land of Tiruvannamalai, which is it has a 14-kilometer mountain path around it, and on all full moon nights and on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night, and also every day, the Annamalaya devotees circumambulate Arunachala. Today is the auspicious Maha Shivaratri. It is on this day, eons ago, that Paramashiva incarnated for the first time as Lingodbhava to enlighten Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu, who had a dispute between them as to who is the greater of them. To resolve this dispute, Paramashiva assumed the form of an infinite column of fire, worshipped today as Bhagavan Lingodbhava. He assumed this infinite form and told Brahma and Vishnu that whoever finds either of his two ends will be considered the greater of the two. Lord Brahma assumed the form of a swan and started flying upwards towards the head of Paramashiva with the aim of finding his head, and Lord Vishnu assumed the form of a boar and started moving downwards to find the feet of Paramashiva. In this historic happening, Lord Brahma represents the mind and Lord Vishnu represents wealth or matter or Lakshmi. Vishnu realizes sooner that he will never be able to find the lower end of Paramashiva because he is the supreme, infinite, cosmic being, the very source of the entire cosmos. And he comes back and surrenders at the feet of Paramashiva, telling him that he has realized that he will never be able to find the lower end of Paramashiva and that the superconsciousness which Paramashiva embodies is the ultimate. While Lord Brahma, as he is flying upwards, is unable to come to terms that he will never be able to find the head of Paramashiva. But unable to reconcile with the sacred truth, Lord Brahma finds a false witness in the form of a talampu, the screwpine flower, a flower which is falling from the very ears of Paramashiva, a flower which Paramashiva had placed on his very ears. He catches the flower and asks, "Where are you coming from?" And the flower replies, "I am falling from Paramashiva's ears." Immediately Lord Brahma asked the flower, "Will you do me a favor? I will take you to Paramashiva and you can tell him that I indeed saw you on his very ears, which means I would have seen his face as well." And the flower, unable to refuse Lord Brahma, who is the very Lord of creation, agrees, and both of them go to the court of Paramashiva. The moment Paramashiva sees them, he knows what has happened, and he tells Lord Brahma, "For the lie that you have uttered, you will never receive worship from human beings. There will be no temple dedicated to you." And he tells this crupine flower, the talampu, "You will no more be used in my worship," for coming as a false witness to Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma and the talampu realize their huge mistake and beg and cry for forgiveness to Paramashiva. Paramashiva relents and he tells Lord Brahma that he will forever stand, that Lord Brahma will ever stand at the spot where the sacred bath waters of Paramashiva fall in all the Shiva temples, what is called the Charanamrita. The sacred bath waters that wash Paramashiva, that are offered to Paramashiva, that Charanamrita comes out of the sanctum sanctorum and falls at a spot called the Gomukh. And therefore here we will find Brahma standing in all Shiva temples worldwide, drinking the Charanamrita, drinking the water that has washed the divine form of Paramashiva, and filling his water pot, his kamandalu, with these very waters, and out of that water performing the entire cosmic task of creation. It is from Paramashiva's sacred waters that Lord Brahma is performing the task of creation itself. And the talampu, the crupine flower, does extended penance in remembrance of Paramashiva. And finally Paramashiva appears and says, "Alright, you will be used during worship of me on one instance during the whole year." And that instance is today, the Maha Shivaratri day. Today you will find that in all Shiva temples, today is the only day that talampu is offered to Paramashiva, and that too during a specific time, during the continuous abhishekams, holy bath that will be offered to Paramashiva on the sacred night. It is on this Maha Shivaratri day that Paramashiva, as Lingodbhava, blessed and enlightened Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu, and this profound happening happened in this very land, Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala, and therefore of all the kshetras, of all the holy temples and lands in the entire world, Tiruvannamalai becomes the most preferred destination for Paramashiva devotees, because it is here that this very happening took place. The incarnation, the first incarnation of Paramashiva happened here in Tiruvannamalai as the Lingodbhava. And we will find the Lingodbhava deity as Paramashiva standing inside an infinite column of light. And this Lingodbhava deity we will find behind the main Shivalinga in all Shiva temples on the western side. This Lingodbhava deity will be seen along with the carvings of Lord Brahma as a swan and Lord Vishnu as a boar on his opposite ends. Lord Brahma as a swan near his upper end and Lord Vishnu as a boar near his lower end. And on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night, which falls once in every year, worship, special rituals are offered to this Lingodbhava deity in all Shiva temples. commemorating the most auspicious happening for humanity, which is the happening of the first incarnation of Paramashiva, Lingodbhava. As we can see, already over 23,000 meals have been served across the two locations in Tiruvannamalai, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, on Tiruvudal Street and in Adiyannamalai, have together served over 23,000 meals to the Annamalaya devotees who are coming around Arunachala in Girivala circumambulation.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
On the 12th of August 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed the four dimensions of Aushadha. The first are the energized herbs that need to be consumed, that need to be orally taken by us. The second, herbs that need to be kept between our teeth or in our ears or in our eyes during the Kundalini awakening process. Third, certain mutations or actions that need to be done by us to our bodies, such as fire walking or taking a bath in turmeric water or water with boiling neem leaves, or piercing our body, such as the lemon piercing and the piercing of the veil or the spear of Lord Muruga. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that even dengue fever can be taken care of through such simple Aushadha-based remedies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained the science behind fire walking in temples, which is one of the dimensions of Aushadha. He has explained what happens when we do the fire walking, which is a grand tradition, especially in the South Indian temples. When we do the fire walking, what happens is the depth with which we feel violence, we feel violated within us. With that same depth, if we feel sacrifice, commitment and devotion, then that violence in us will be muted. The actions which make us feel violated when forced to do, if we do the same actions voluntarily, in the name of devotion, in the name of commitment and sacrifice to the God or Goddess to whom we are offering that act, such as fire walking, then the whole thing becomes a tapas, a penance, and it becomes a mutation and anger. Same way, when we allow the lemon piercing to be done in our body as devotion to the universal cosmic mother, the lemon piercing is called the Alagu Puttudal in Tamil, and is a widely practiced tradition in villages. When we do the lemon piercing, the violence which we normally feel when our body is pierced will be muted because we are undergoing the same piercing act out of devotion. So the same instinct is kindled in us with the clarity that we are dedicating it to our preferred deity or Ishtadevata or Kuladevata. The same intensity is awakened in us, but muting the feeling of being violated. The feeling transmutes the feeling of violation. Tapas or penance transmutes the feeling of being violated and the feeling of violence. So all of these divine acts like fire walking, body piercing are all the third dimension of Aushadha as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The fourth dimension of Aushadha is inhaling certain herbal perfumes and falling asleep immediately after that. So the inhalation works on our system as we rest. So these are the four primary Aushadha processes given to us by Paramashiva, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism facilitates for us and supports us in manifesting Paramashivatva, the state, space, being, powers, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. And therefore this Aushadha Annadhan, which we are seeing being served in front of our own eyes on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri, belongs to the first dimension of Aushadha, which is consuming Aushadha as our very food. As we can see, the crowd is thickening in both the Kailasas and Tiruvannamalai. Increasing numbers of Annamalaya devotees are reaching the two Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai to have their Aushadha food as they continue circumambulating around Arunachala.
மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும் உள்ளமத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும் மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும் உள்ளமத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானம்.
In just a few hours from now, we will be having the special live satsang from the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy. And we will be receiving the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan initiation, the Diksha for awakening of our Kundalini Shakti and for awakening our third eye energy center located in our forehead between our eyebrows, which will enable us to start manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. We are just a few hours away from the live appearance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, and it is our indescribable fortune that we have the direct living energy of Paramashiva initiating us on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri, when the energy of Paramashiva as Lingodbhava is happening once again on the planet. The first time Paramashiva ever incarnated is here in Tiruvannamalai as Lingodbhava, and today that very constellation is repeating itself, which is the celebration of the Maha Shivaratri. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that this Maha Shivaratri is extraordinarily significant astrologically and spiritually, as it happens only once in every 300 years. Significance during the live satsang, the live global presidential address of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in just a few hours from now. And therefore, it is extremely important for each one of us to remain awake during this entire Maha Shivaratri and support our conscious growth, as it is on this day, it is on this night that the entire Prakriti, the entire nature supports us for our superconscious breakthrough, because the energy of Paramashiva as Lingodbhava is happening during the Shivaratri night, and therefore the entire nature is completely aligned in supporting us for manifesting Paramashivatva in us. And the only requirement on our part is remaining awake and receiving the great truths and the initiation from the living energy of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, and preparations to receive this Diksha in the best possible way through our mind-body system. Preparations for this has already started 2 days earlier when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism appeared live and initiated his worldwide disciples, devotees and followers into preparing their bodies and minds and consciousness to receive the Maha Shivaratri initiation. In preparation, the disciples and followers are observing a 3-day special fasting which completely detoxifies the body. A fasting on liquid food or one uncooked meal a day, along with chanting of the Mahavakya. Mahavakya, chants energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with which we have been initiated. 2 Mahavakyas, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham and Shiva Shiva. These 2 Mahavakyas are being continuously chanted worldwide in all the Kailasas and by all the devotees and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in preparing their body and mind to receive this sacred initiation on this Maha Shivaratri night. It is important that we detoxify our body and flush out all the toxins that we've accumulated due to inappropriate food habits, and purify it and keep it ready so it becomes like a fertile cloud land. So when we receive the Diksha, the seed of Diksha initiation directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it is like a seed that has fallen on a fertile soil and it immediately sprouts and flowers as our very consciousness. Therefore, the devotees and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are already in preparation to receive the Diksha. Aushadha Annadhan is being continuously served from both the locations. In Tiruvannamalai, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy, located on Tiruvallur Street, right next to the Arunachala temple, in the very 6th circumambulation path of the Arunachala temple. And the second location where the Aushadha Annadhan is being offered is Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram in Adi Annamalai, which is located on the mountain path itself.
சக்தி தந்திடும் பாத தரிசனம் பரிபூர்ண அருள் தரும் கருணை விழியதால் உயர் வாழ்வும் நிலை பெறும் நாகவாகனத்தில் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவளும் கொண்ட கோலமதை விழி காண்பதே வரம்
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
This Aushadha based food that is being served is not only to fill a hungry stomach, but to nourish the very souls of those who are consuming this food. It is food infused with conscious energy. It is food infused with the very living enlightenment software. It is food infused with the highest thought currents for giving conscious sovereignty to those consuming it. And it is also being served by initiated disciples, devotees and sannyasis of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, across both the locations on the rural street and the mountain path, have the unique distinction of being the only destination in Tiruvannamalai that serves food for over 36 hours on these auspicious occasions. On every full moon night of the month and on such festival occasions, both the Kailasas serve food non-stop. A marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva is offered to the Annamalaya devotees. Until the very last devotee of Annamalaya completes the circumambulation, the Aushadha Annadhan continues to be served, nourishing the souls day and night. As we can see, over 24,000 meals have already been served to the Annamalaya devotees from both the locations.
குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது
And on this special occasion, Kailasa Houston in the USA is celebrating its 7th temple anniversary. The 7th anniversary of the Kailasa temple in Houston, USA.
என்று ஓடி வரும் ஆயினும் ஆனந்த காட்சியின் பேரிடில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும் கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும் பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும் குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும் மனமும் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகுது
The parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism,
கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின்
Kailasa Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi is located on the Tiruvudal street. And it is hardly a year since the divine acquisition of Bhagavan's parental home happened, spearheaded by Kailasa Bharat. And this street is called the Tiruvudal street because one of the flagship festivals of the Arunachala temple, the Tiruvudal festival, happens here on this very street. The entire history behind the festival is enacted here on the street during the Tiruvudal festival. Ever since this divine acquisition of Bhagavan's parental home happened, non-stop Aushadha Annadhan and a host of other socio-spiritual services are being offered from Bhagavan's own parental home with great pride by the Kailasavasis and Sannyasis. All the services that are being offered here from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi are under the direct guidance and the micromanagement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy. As soon as this divine acquisition happened, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessed for a boat well to be laid in this very location to provide cool, purified drinking water to all the sadhus, sannyasis, citizens and visitors of Tiruvannamalai on a 24/7 basis. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that the water that gushed forth from this borewell is the same sacred water current of the Shiva Tirtham, which is the water body inside the Arunachala temple in its 5th circumambulation path. Healers initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offer spiritual healing here at Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, along with the Aushadha Annadhan that is being served. And the Annamalai devotees are continuously enriched with the services offered by Kailasa for their holistic upliftment. During the childhood years of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this parental home, during all the procession days of Annamalai, the relatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would gather here in his very home to have a first row pavilion view of Annamalai passing by, as this Tiruvudal street where Bhagavan's parental home is located is part of the Madaveedi, which comprises 4 streets surrounding the Arunachala temple. The southern side street being this Tiruvudal street, and it is on this Madaveedi that Arunachala travels in his grand processions during all the festivals of Tiruvannamalai, and therefore all his relatives would gather to have a first-hand view of Annamalai as he passes by in his royal retinue. It is the Hindu tradition that when the Lord steps out in procession, the Mandagapadi is offered to the Lord. Mandagapadi is the offering to the Lord of all the items used in his worship, such as robes, flower garlands, holy bath items such as the sandal powder, rose water, kumkum, tender coconut, incense sticks, coconuts, fruits and more. All of this comprises the Mandagapadi. And the devotees offer Mandagapadi to the Lord when he steps out in procession, reaching them at their own doorsteps, gracing them out of his infinite compassion. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived this tradition of offering Mandagapadi to the Lord as a mainstream lifestyle in all the Kailasas worldwide, where all Kailasa temples worldwide offer Mandagapadi to the deity when the main deity of the temples in the neighborhood step out in procession. Here in Tiruvannamalai, Mandagapadi is offered to Annamalai from both the locations Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi on Tiruvallur Street, and Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram on the mountain path. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism happens to be present in Tiruvannamalai during the festival seasons when Annamalayar is taken out in procession, it is the most endearing sight to see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the very living manifestation of Paramashiva, himself offering Mandagapadi to Annamalayar, Paramashiva, at the very doorstep of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his biological family, lived as a large joint family in and around his parental home on Tiruvallur Street. The entire family lived within the 7 circles of the Arunachala temple. Their entire life they lived and served Annamalayar. The home complex, the parental home complex of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is known as the AKS complex. It was originally a traditional tile roof structure with 2 houses, one for his paternal grandfather Annamalai Chettiar and his wife Anasuya Ammal, and one for Annamalai Chettiar's elder brother Swami Chettiar and his wife Dhanakoti Ammal. Swami Chettiar and his wife had no children, and therefore after Swami Chettiar left the body, the house was remodeled in 1988 to the current form that we are seeing here in front of our own eyes. And Dhanakoti Ammal, Swami Chettiar's wife, continued to stay with the family, and she lived beyond 100 years. When the house was remodeled, it was made as 2 parts. One for the father of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Arunachalam, and one for his father's elder brother, Sri Kumaraswamy. And both the families lived in the first floor of the AKS complex, and they rented out the ground floor to various tenants, shop owners of Tiruvannamalai. All of these shop owners were people extremely well known to both the families, and therefore they lived as an integral part of the whole family, as a large joint family. And it is these very shop owners who are the direct eyewitnesses to the grand revival of Kailasa by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his very own parental home, right from his childhood. In Tiruvannamalai, the entire village functions as a single large joint family, where each one knows the other, and each one knows the happenings in each other's homes. In this very parental home, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would wake up every morning and walk outside to the corridor with closed eyes. And he would open his eyes on Arunachala, so that his beloved Arunachala would be the first sight which caught his eyes when he woke up every morning. And sometimes his brothers would jocularly turn him around, trying to disorient him. And if ever he opened his eyes on anything other than Arunachala, he would walk right back to his mat and pretend to sleep and wake up all over again and walk once again with closed eyes to the corridor and open his eyes on his beloved Arunachala. And in the same way, before going to rest for the day, Arunachala would be the last thing that he would set his eyes on, and then he would immediately shut his eyes and go to rest. It is here, in his parental home, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted all the Hindu festivals in the same model as the celebrations in the Arunachala temple, with such fervor that the passers-by would participate in his celebrations with equal fervor as they would in the celebrations of the Arunachala temple. This entire parental home of Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has reverberated, has resonated with his childhood celebrations, with the festivals he conducted during his childhood years here. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts 11-day and 21-day Brahmotsavams, festivals worldwide, dedicated to various deities in all the Kailasa temples, and he has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for conducting the maximum number of Brahmotsavams in a year from March 2nd, 2021 to June 18, 2022. And this is a phenomenon that happens till date in all Kailasa temples worldwide. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism ran his own home temple here in his parental home, which is the first temple of Kailasa, built personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, Kailasa has temples worldwide consecrated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the deities are made as living entities, radiating the various energies through the special process of Prana Pratishta, which is directly infusing the life energy into these deities, possible only by incarnations. And as the living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism consecrates the deities through this process of Prana Pratishta, where he directly flows the life energy into these deities, and they start functioning as independent intelligence, answering our prayers and blessing us. It is here in the Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that he started the first Madappalli of Kailasa temples, which is the temple kitchen. It was run by his own mother, Ma Lokanayaki. She would dutifully prepare all the Naivedyams, food offerings requested by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to offer to his deities every single day, as well as during festive occasions. In later years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism cooked his own Naivedyam in his roof garden, where he had his own temple set up. It is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his first flower gardens, from which he plucked flowers and offered to Paramashiva. Therefore, it is here that Kailasa's first flower gardens were maintained personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as prescribed by Paramashiva in the Uttarakamika Agama. Flowers should not be purchased, they should be homegrown, plucked and offered to Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was protected during his childhood years in this parental home by various powerful energies, amongst which are the 11 Rudras, manifestations of Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the guardian god. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would see these 11 forms around him regularly, and during his childhood years, he would think that they were probably extended relatives, as he was from a large joint family and he was continuously surrounded by people. He mentioned this to his yoga guru, Sri Raghupati Yogi, who clarified to him that they were the 11 Rudras who were ferociously protecting him, being the living manifestation of Paramashiva. It is here in his own parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sculpted the first deities of Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had darshan of the universal cosmic mother as Devi Bhuvaneshwari inside the Devi shrine of the Arunachala temple at around the age of 11. Following this, the the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sculpted her very form on a soapstone here in his parental home in Tiruvannamalai. This Devi deity receives personal worship from him till date. And around the same time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism made the first metal deity through the process of casting. It was a Lakshmi deity. It happened when he ran to his Guru, Mata Vivekananda Puri, and shared with her one day how delightful it was for him to see the huge deities of the Arunachala temple. And he expressed to her that he wanted those deities. And she told him that he could have it, he could make it himself. With no idea of impossibility in his very system, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism immediately made a clay mold of a Lakshmi deity using the Lakshmi deity that belonged to his neighbor. And he picked up a few aluminium vessels from his dear mother and he melted those vessels and he poured it into the Lakshmi mold and therefore cast his first metal casted deity. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made over 1 million deities through Kailasa's Nithyananda Sacred Arts University, which is a virtual city with 7 working units and a workforce of 600 people. And it supplies deities not just to Kailasa's temples, but to other temples as well. And it is today the largest temple art production center in the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the darshan of the Shri Yantra, also called the Shri Chakra, at around the age of 12. Again inside the Arunachala temple. And the moment he had his darshan, he ran back home and etched the sacred geometry that he saw on a copper foil here in his very parental home. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gifts innumerable yantras to his worldwide followers as powerful tools to aid their religious and spiritual practices and growth. And it is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created all the handmade temple jewelry, robes for the deities, deity vehicles that he built with an assortment of things that he got from his home. And it is here that he made all the other procession and decoration items comprising the various temple arts. And all of this he offered to his home temple deities. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism makes these very same items through Kailasa's Nithyananda Sacred Arts University and supplies them on a global scale, thus offering livelihood to all the artisans involved in the process. And it is here, in his very parental home, in Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivered his first discourses as a child to his own family members, relatives and friends. He used to repeat verbatim the discourses he heard from the great Tamil orators and Shaivite scholars who visited Tiruvannamalai during festivals. He would narrate the Ramayanam at the mere age of 3. The narration of Ramayanam is the first discourse by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at age 3. Today, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized and awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum number of hours of public discourse delivered by an individual, which is 2,89,928 hours on 7,407 different topics. Of course, as we speak, this figure has been already surpassed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism hand-wrote his first books, the first publications of Kailasa, carrying the great spiritual truths and understandings that he received from his beloved gurus. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum number of books published by a single author, which is a figure of 1123. And it is here, in this parental home, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism commenced the revival of the science of yoga with his yoga guru, Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, also known as Raghupati Yogi. From the age of 3 until the age of 13, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism underwent rigorous training with Sri Raghupati Yogi. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum traditional asanas performed by a group of people, which is 508 asanas in 108 minutes, and the award for the longest duration to hold the Padmasana yogic posture held by a group of disciples, which is 3 hours and 10 minutes. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the recipient of the Guinness Book of Records for the largest rope yoga lessons, rope yoga being a traditional form of yoga known as the Kundalini Rajju, which is done by performing yogic postures on a hanging rope. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the recipient of the Guinness Book of Records for the largest whole yoga lessons, which is the traditional yoga called the Mallakamba, where yoga is performed on a pole. He was awarded this on the 3rd of October 2017. Both these yogic forms tremendously increase the body's strength and flexibility and awaken the Kundalini energy, facilitating us to start radiating spiritual powers as a natural consequence. And this is the original intention of yoga as prescribed by Paramashiva, where as a natural byproduct of practicing yoga, we start radiating the powers of Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been awarded the Guinness record for the largest number of people in the formation of the sacred syllable Om on the 17th of December 2017. It is here in Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where this Aushadha Annadhan is happening today, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the entire Hindu science of ritualistic worship during his very childhood years. He owned his own small set of deities gifted to him by his guru Bhagavan Yogeshwara and by his maternal grandfather Sri Rajamudaliyar, by his father Sri Arunachala Swami, and also he himself picked up deities from his mother's worship set that formed part of her wedding trousseau gifted to her by her father Sri Rajamudaliyar. As it was a custom of the Adi Shaiva Velalars, the traditional community, to gift to their daughters the Shiva Panchayatana, comprising 5 deities, which they gifted to their daughters when sending their daughters away in marriage. The deities of Paramashiva, of Devi, of Lord Subramanya, of Lord Ganesha, along with the Navagraha Yantra and the deity of Nandi, the sacred bull, and also the deity of Vishnu and sometimes the deity of Surya. It was here, in Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, his parental home, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyanda Paramashivamam, made innumerable clay deities of Ganesha and other gods and goddesses, and celebrated Ganesh Chaturthi and other Hindu festivals. He would take his grandfather's tricycle from his rice shop and go to the place near the Shivanji Kulam here in Tiruvannamalai, where the vendors who sold the clay Ganeshas would have left behind the clay after the Ganesh Chaturthi festival was over. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would collect these heaps of clay in his tricycle and bring it back to his home here in his parental home, which we are watching live, and store it in the terrace on the first floor. And he would put hay over it and continuously preserve it by pouring water over it. And it is from this clay that he and his siblings who were inspired by him would make all the clay deities. And they would make these deities from Ganesh Chaturthi onwards till Navaratri, and celebrate Navaratri with all the deities that they made during this period. The deities that they made would form the Golu of the Navaratri festival that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism celebrated. In such grandeur, even as a child, he would invite the entire neighborhood, going door to door, personally inviting each one of them to come to his home to see the Golu, to have the darshan of Devi and receive the prasadam. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also took his deities in procession, not only inside his home, but also on the Madhavidhi, the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachala temple. Inside his home, he would take his home deities in procession on the 108 feet long corridor on the ground floor, and all the shop owners on the ground floor were direct eyewitness and participants of these loud processions. And on the Madhavidhi, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would take his own small deities alongside Annamalai. And this was witnessed by the entire townspeople and the Shivacharyas, the temple priests of Arunachala temple. His celebrations as a child was known to the entire town. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his childhood, along with his team that he had inspired and kept with him, was very well known to the townspeople, and they would call them the Swamiyar Goshti, meaning the Swamiyar and the Swami and his team. Even during his childhood, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was addressed as Swami, not only by the townspeople, but even by his own parents. Therefore, this space of his parental home in Tiruvannamalai, where this Aushadha Annadhan is being served today, has reverberated with his celebrations for the first 17 years of his life. The various celebrations, the chants, the rituals. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum number of verses chanted in 1 hour, which is 999 verses, and the award for the longest duration to chant the Rudram chant, which is 30 hours. And it is also here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sung his first devotional songs towards the Lord, reviving the bhakti, the devotion dimension. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum number of songs dedicated to a single person alive, which is 530 songs. These are the songs offered at his divine feet by his disciples and devotees. the very kirtans of Kailasa. Every extraordinary milestone of Kailasa has its beginnings here in Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, Tiruvannamalai, in the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Through attracting these various awards, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously restores legitimacy to the various dimensions of Hinduism and its various attributes. And through this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism restores confidence in born and practicing Hindus on their own culture and tradition, which was literally robbed from them by the invaders. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism works untiringly to restore legitimacy to these various Hindu sciences, which is the only hope and way to help humanity have the superconscious breakthrough, as the science of Sanatana Hindu Dharma holds the key to humanity's superconscious breakthrough. It is here, in his parental home, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the glorious Guru Parampara of Tiruvannamalai by learning at the feet of his beloved Gurus and Acharyas, starting from Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara to Vidwan Panduranganath. And all of the Gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have stepped foot into this parental home and sanctified further the sacred space. And today, it is our joy to witness the Aushadha Annadhan happening in this very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the Annamalai, as they perform the Girivala around Arunachala on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு.
The Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be served to the Annamalaya devotees from both the locations of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, at Adiyannamalai and in Tiruvural Street.
சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும்.
Close to 28,000 people have been served the Aushadha Annadhan till now. And this is going to continue to happen till the very last Annamalaya devotee completes the circumambulation around Arunachala.
சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தா சிலிர்த்திடும்.
Sri Raja Mudaliar, the maternal grandfather of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, lived such core values of the Hindu tradition of this ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. He was the embodiment of the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai that existed during the 1980s.
சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும் சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும் நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on his grandfather, Sri Raja Mudaliar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares, "Today, the whole world is contaminated by the idea that old age is retirement, and people destroy their mind and body with this idea. I tell you, my grandfather used to have such faith on his own body, mind and consciousness. In his entire life, he was hospitalized only twice. Such a hard-working man he was. Your body is a mechanism. What you cognize about your body, mind and you is a mechanism. And whatever you cognize becomes reality. I have seen the faith he had about himself, and I am so thankful to him because he took care that the idea of sickness never settled around him. Health became my basic cognition. He was the only active earning member of the family. He had everything in his hand, but he never even owned a car or a bicycle even till his death. He lived such a simple personal life. Until the end, he used to say, I will go walking and come back walking. Until his last breath, he had everything beautifully under his control and gracefully exited." These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on his beloved grandfather. He reveals that he learned how not to settle down in life from his grandfather, as his grandfather held the keys to his home business till the day he died. He was in his 90s. He offered his everyday puja without missing a single day, come rain or shine. Whatever may be the time of the day, he would come back from his work. Even if it was 1 a.m., he would be up for his morning puja, which he never missed till his last breath. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains the importance of living an extremely active lifestyle till the last breath. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he shares, "When I saw my grandfather, my grandmother, all of them, I saw that the concept of settling down never existed for them. It is good that I was brought up by them. Now, these modern day IT people think, I will work till 40 and then retire. I will make money, buy a flat and a car and settle down by 40. This means that even while they are studying, acquiring knowledge, the goal was just to acquire comforts and luxury through it and then drop out of life itself. And this is the kind of inspiration they will have about their very knowledge and life. And therefore, their knowledge will be so heavy on them. They will only try to constantly find cunning methods of how to know less and make more money. Because the purpose becomes money, wealth, luxury and comfort. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further should not be merely acquiring wealth or luxury or comforts. I'm not saying don't acquire. I'm only saying that alone should not be the purpose. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further shares on his grandfather. He says, he taught me not just integrity, but charity too. He was a person of such charity. Every night, even if it was 1 a.m., he would go to rest only after signing the accounts ledger and completing the day's accounts. I learned that habit from him. In those days, there was no computer. It was only in a notebook. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, continues to reveal. The most important thing was he had a box. On that box, there would be a board, Magama Bandhu. It means he would put 10% of his income in that box every day, and that was kept aside for charity. So when people came asking for donations for any temple function, religious function, any temple inauguration or Annadhan food distribution, based on their expense level, he would give them a donation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares, "One day I asked my grandfather, what is the use of giving money like this? The result of giving donations is more people will come to receive more donations. That's all." The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains, reward for wealth is more wealth. Reward for love is more love. Reward for work is more work. Reward for charity is more charity opportunities. Reward for integrity is more integrity. Cognizing the joy that integrity brings in you, the powerfulness you experience through integrity, cognizing that integrity is the ultimate, will lead to living life without any blind spots. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also shared innumerable times on how his grandfather lived such an enlightening lifestyle, singing devotional songs, reading spiritual books before going to rest at night, whatever time of the day it might be. It is the quality of human beings such as Raja Mudaliar, the maternal grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is this quality of human beings that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today in Kailasa. Sri Raja Mudaliar lived as a model being in the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. On this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night, all Shiva temples around the world will be offering continuous Abhishekam, holy bath, to Bhagavan Lingodbhava. Bhagavan Lingodbhava is the first incarnation of Paramashiva that ever happened, and it happened here in Tiruvannamalai. Therefore, Tiruvannamalai is more special than any of the Shiva Stalas, Shiva Kshetras around the world today. In just a few hours, you will be receiving the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, the living energy of Paramashiva on the planet. It is our extreme, indescribable fortune to be able to receive the direct initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night. On this occasion, when the energy of the happening of Lingodbhava is once again repeating, as the constellation is repeating itself on the sacred day. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that this Maha Paramashivaratri, logically, this happens only once in every 300 years.
ஜகமாயைகள் யாவும் அவள்
It is Paramashiva's promise to humanity. After he appeared as Lingodbhava here in Tiruvannamalai, he promised to humanity to remain forever here in Tiruvannamalai in 3 forms: as the hill Arunachala, as the Arunachala Shiva Linga, and as a living incarnation. The current incarnation being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy. His predecessors in this lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva and Tiruvannamalai are Sri Seshadri Swamigal, Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, and Sri Yogiram Saratkumar Swamigal. These are his immediate predecessors. But this lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai remains unbroken from the time Paramashiva incarnated as Lingodbhava. Incarnations have been happening continuously here in Tiruvannamalai.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய்
As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramamashiva, assumed the human form on the 3rd of January of 1978 as per the Gregorian calendar. During the time of descent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from the cosmic realms, several significant phenomena were happening in the multiverses. Happenings in the multiverses usually go unnoticed by our meager human eyes unless brought to our specific attention. Planets collide into each other. A loophole from one dimension to the other suddenly opens up. A gigantic star implodes and creates an enormous gravitational pull, sucking any matter that surrounds it into its very depths. These cosmic happenings only show up on our radar as a microscopic blink. And what's more, we only come to know about them thousands or perhaps millions of years after they take place. It is only by chance that we even realize that somewhere something phenomenal has actually happened. And then, just for one chilling moment, we grasp the enormity of this grand universe. The happening of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on planet Earth is one such event, except that it is 1,000,000 trillion times more impactful and more meaningful for the universe. While a black hole emerging might be irrelevant in the grand scheme of many lives, the advent of the incarnation is directly relevant to every single form of life. Through the 11 dimensions of the universe, the cosmos itself, so it may interact with every form of life and raise life itself to the next level. When the incarnation assumes human birth, the moment of recognition of this grand event is proportionally more profound. The beings who understand the significance of the incarnation buzz with excitement. Bhudevi, Mother Earth herself, rejoices at the feet of her beloved Father, how the incarnation is addressed. From whom she came is once again gracing her surface. All of life that understands this phenomenal happening relishes this momentous occasion and vibrates with a single sentiment that the incarnation himself vibrates with upon his arrival on the planet, which is celebrations. According to the Big Bang Theory, the creation of the universe began from a single point, a singularity, where time and space merge, and the laws of physics, including gravity and time, cannot operate. This singularity is a black hole which manifested into the Big Bang, the creation of the entire universe. The entire universe will once again merge back and end in a singularity, a black hole which will consume everything. What modern scientists understand as the Big Bang Theory is just a glimpse of what our great Hindu rishis have mapped as the happening of the universe and have described it in the Vedic scriptures. The Arunachala Puranam describes how Paramashiva manifested as the infinite light shaft to liberate Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. The happening of Lingodbhava is the creation of the very universe. From the pure formlessness, the Nishkala Swarupa space, Paramashiva manifested and continues to manifest everything that exists. From black hole to Big Bang, Avyakta to Vyakta, from unmanifest to manifest, and from Linga to Lingodbhava, the pure cosmic consciousness assumes a form. The Srimad Karana Agama, the sacred Hindu scriptures revealed directly by Paramashiva in the Purva Bhaga, in Patala number 71, in the Sakalotpatti Vidhi, in the shlokas, verses 8 to 9, the incarnating of Paramashiva is described by Paramashiva himself. Ityevam nishkalam proktam param bhavamiti smritam srishtistham lokarakshartham lokasyotpatti karanam sadhakanam viha idhartam tu svechaya grihnate tanuhu. The translation goes, in this way, Shams, who is the ultimate supreme being, who is established in the creation, who is the cause of the creation of the universe, assumes a body out of his own free will for the protection of the universe, for the welfare of the spiritual seekers and devotees. Making the ultimate superconsciousness manifest inside every being is the purpose of the descent of the cosmic superconsciousness into the embodied form as the avatar, the incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam. Thus, on the 3rd of January 1978, as answer to the prayers of millions in the modern day, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form, leaving an undeniable record of his happening in the night sky. When, in the constellation of Aquila, a supernova appeared. In the universe, 10 million light years away from the Earth, the thermonuclear explosion of a white dwarf star caused one of the brightest supernovas ever to be observed. The impact of the supernova for us on planet Earth had positive effects that are expected to last for the foreseeable future. The supernova's cosmic radiation can increase the resistance to disease and reduce the risk of cancer. It is also linked to positive changes in the Earth's climate, such as increased cloud formation and increased precipitation. Thus, the 3rd of January 1978 marked a turn of events for humanity, literally changing life as we know it, with the descent of Paramashiva himself into the human form.
नित्यानंद दर्शनम ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम வரவேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்தியனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம் கொடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்தியன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் வரவேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்தியனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும்.
Over 31,000 people, the Annamalai devotees, have been served the Aushadha Annadhan from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai from two locations. From Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy, and Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, which is a temple monastery located on the mountain path, established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 19th of April 2008.
महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम दर्शनम नित्यानंद दर्शनम ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम.
The very words the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing his divine birth, he reveals it was the Tamil month of Margazhi on the Chitra Nakshatra. The important aspect of my horoscope is Kanya Rashi and Kanya Lagnam. Those of you who know astrology will know that for this combination, only a girl child can be born. Because it was a body that was beyond male and female at a time suitable for a girl child, a male body was born. My mother experienced enlightenment when I was born. When an enlightened soul, enlightened consciousness lands on the body, for those 3 kshanas, 3 moments, the mother who's giving birth becomes enlightened. She gets the Satori experience. This happened with the biological mothers of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. Even with my own mother, when I saw her energy, I saw very clearly she had the enlightenment experience when I took birth. My life is one of the greatest strong nuclear positive expressions forced directly on this universe from Sri Kailasa. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You're watching the live relay of the Aushadha Annadhan from 2 locations of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai on the sacred Maha Shivaratri night
காக்கும் நித்யனை நான் வாரி அணைத்திட, பூமி காக்கும் நித்யனை நான் வாரி அணைத்திட, கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. வசியம் செய்திட, விடமச்சலில் நித்யன் என்னை வசியம் செய்திட, வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட, வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட, கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது.
Aushadha Annadhan. The Aushadha food is being continuously served to the Annamalai devotees. The sannyasis, devotees and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism relentlessly deliver this Aushadha Annadhan Seva to the people, inspired by the divine vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy.
கடல்கள் பற்றி ஆனந்தமாய் சரணடைந்திட, கடல்கள் பற்றி ஆனந்தமாய் சரணடைந்திட, கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கருணை மிகுந்த அன்னை என்னும் வரமளித்தது, கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கருணை மிகுந்த அன்னை என்னும் வரமளித்தது, பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது, பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது, பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது, பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ
As the advent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism commenced here in Tiruvannamalai on the 3rd of January 1978, the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who were involved in its happening from formless to form were keen on ensuring that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was well settled within the human frame and ready to manifest in multifold ways. Within the first 3 years of his advent, the Gurus indeed did recognize him as the incarnation through several indicators that are denoted in the ancient Hindu science of reincarnation. His Gurus carried out an ancient process for him by placing different items in front of him and a box full of dazzling jewelry. Without hesitation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism selected the sacred Rudraksha Mala. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism selected the sacred Rudraksha Mala that was lying amidst the dazzling jewelry, and the Rudraksha beads are symbols of Paramashiva himself. They are nothing but the bliss tears of Paramashiva. The very same Rudraksha Mala picked by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is today offered worship as part of the sovereign archives of Kailasa. This method of recognizing the incarnation in the Hindu tradition is what is followed in Tibetan Buddhism to identify the next Dalai Lama. Over 32,000 meals have been served thus far from both the locations of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai. Through this marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva, distribution of free food to Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating the Arunachala on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night. Shortly after the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took birth into the family of Sri Rajamudaliyar and Annamalai Chettiar, his mother, Malokanayaki, approached the family astrologer Sri Venkatasamy Reddiyar to draw the horoscope of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Sri Venkatasamy Reddiyar was a renowned astrologer of Tiruvannamalai who resided just 5 houses away from Sri Rajamudaliyar's home on Kanikovil Street. Today it is called the Rajarajan Street. Sri Venkatasamy Reddiyar possessed a remarkable reputation for his accurate predictions, and he served as the family's most trusted astrologer. During the consultation, Sri Venkatasamy Reddiyar revealed to Ma Lokanayaki a momentous prophecy that her son would become a Raja Sannyasi. While sannyasis are prevalent in the distinguished town of Tiruvannamalai, a Raja Sannyasi occupied an esteemed position among them. In the ancient civilization, Raja Sannyasis served as the Raja Gurus to the very kings who ruled the land, and they were revered by the entire kingdom as the embodiment of Paramashiva himself. The son of Sri Venkatasamy Reddiyar, Manikavasagam, still lives in the same house on Kanikovil Street, and he shares on what he remembers hearing from his father on the divine horoscope of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy. Manikavasagam Ayya has shared, in his own words, My name is Manika Vasagam. We live on Kanikovil Street for more than 40 years. My profession is astrology, Jyotisha. Astrology is something we have been doing for generations. From those days, the merchants around us would come only to us to study their horoscope. Raja Mudalya, who lives in our street, also owns a rice shop. His house is 5 houses away from ours. He is the maternal grandfather of Sri Nithyananda Swami. For his entire family, we would only cast the horoscope. We are familiar with him because we are in the same street. If my father casts the horoscope, what he reveals will be true. When he was born, Swami's mother had come to my father to cast his horoscope. My father shared with me at one point in time that his horoscope was of the nature that he would become a Raja Rishi, king among monks. Manika Vasagamaya recalls his father Venkataswamy Reddiyar, telling Maloka Nayaki, don't reveal this to him, meaning don't reveal the part about the Raja Sannyasi to him. If you tell him, he will become a sannyasi soon. Or else, his sannyas life could get delayed. It is your wish how you want to handle it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was born on Mahadeva Ashtami, the 8th day of the waning moon in that particular month, which is very special to Paramashiva. As the energy of Lingodbhava is once again happening on the planet today, which we are celebrating as Maha Shivaratri. Annamalai devotees are continuously circumambulating Arunachala, and they are being served this Aushadha Annadhan from Tirugudal Street, where Bhagavan's parental home is located, and from Annamalai, where the temple monastery of Kailasa is located. This is the first Shivaratri celebrations after the acquisition of Bhagavan's parental home by Kailasa Bharat.
Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Mushika Vahana Mangaladayaka Gauri Nandana Nityapurisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara
Right from his birth, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism went to the Arunachala temple. His maternal grandfather, Sri Raja Mudalya, would take him on his very shoulders, walking every day to the Arunachala temple. And he would narrate to him the life stories of the great child saints. These life stories are depicted on the pillars of the Devi shrine inside the Arunachala temple. These saints are Markandeya, Bhakta Prahalada, Dhruva, Nachiketa and more. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would in turn repeat these stories verbatim to his family at home. He was an integral part of his grandfather's everyday morning puja. He would wake up hearing his grandfather's puja bell. Once the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started going to the temple by himself, he literally lived and grew up in the Arunachala temple here in Tiruvannamalai. He went home only to feed his own deities in his home temple and offer them their due worship. The rest of the time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent inside the Arunachala temple or in various other hallowed spots in Tiruvannamalai, such as Pavadakundra, the hallowed hilltop where he had his enlightenment experience at age 12, or at Kundratiladum Kumaran temple, a Muruga shrine, a shrine dedicated to Lord Subramanya, Lord Muruga, on the slopes of the Arunachala. He spent hours decorating Goddess Arunanayaki Amman. Or he would be with his beloved gurus, exploring and reviving the various Hindu sciences. The family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was very closely associated with the Arunachala temple and its administration. Sri Mutaya Chettiar, one of the grandfathers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, served as the Arunachala temple trustee during his lifetime.
Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara. He Madhusudana, Bhavayavanjana, Mangala Pavana, Nityapurisha. Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara. Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara. Nardana Sundara, Natana Manohara, Karuna Sagara, Nityapurisha. Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara. Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara. Jagadodharana, Krishna Janardana, Paramadayagana, Nityapurisha. Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara. Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara. Satya Sanadana, Nitya Niranjana, Bhakta Parayana, Nityapurisha. Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken innumerable hours on the science of temples and temple-based lifestyle. And this he demonstrated right from his childhood, the significance, the importance of living in temples, around temples, and living a temple-based lifestyle. He demonstrated right from his childhood years, right from the time he assumed a human birth. And he has spoken relentlessly on topics of temples and temple-based lifestyle. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed whatever may be the experience whether it is Kundalini awakening or enlightenment, it can just be transmitted from one bio memory to another very easily. If human beings live in one enclosure and temples are systematically built infrastructures or enclosures to optimize this energy transmission, all temples are just an expansion of the human frame. The human frame itself is a miniature of the cosmos. Therefore, all temples are also miniatures of the cosmos. They are designed to transmit the experience to human bodies, the ultimate experience of superconsciousness. The sanctum sanctorum, the Garbha Mandir, the Garbhagriha of the temple is the main energy source. The Dvajastambha, which is the flagpole, is the transformer. Everyone who sits inside the enclosure will feel the very strength and energy and vibration. Temples also act as a place where the energy is multiplied and the experience of Shivokam, the space of Paramashiva within oneself, gets permanently strengthened in our system. Temples are an expanded space of the body, used as an energy storage battery to awaken people to enlightenment. In just 20 minutes from now, we are going to be having the live darshan of the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivам. We are going to be having the live darshan and hearing the Maha Shivaratri message directly from Kailasa through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we are going to be receiving the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan initiation, meditation for awakening of the Kundalini Shakti in us and for awakening the third eye energy in us. The third eye is the energy center located between our eyebrows, what is called the Agnya Chakra. Awakening this is like awakening the seat of the cosmic intelligence in us. And it enables us to start radiating, manifesting the various powers of Paramashiva, which is the core of the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to make us radiate the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, Kailasa and Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva. Devotees, disciples, followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worldwide have been preparing their bodies, minds and consciousness for 3 days now to receive this initiation, this Diksha from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, they started the 3-day fasting, a special fasting for Maha Shivaratri, where they are on a liquid diet or on one uncooked meal a day, and they are continuously chanting the Mahavakya. Mahavakya are energized chants in Hindu tradition, energized by various incarnations, masters. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has gifted to humanity various Mahavakya chants, and two of those chants, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham and Shiva Shiva, are what he is blessed for chanting as Ajapa Japa, for preparing our bodies and minds for the Paramashivaratri, Diksha initiation. Therefore, devotees, disciples and followers worldwide are reverberating with this Mahavakya chant in preparation to receive the Diksha, the initiation, directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the living energy of Paramashiva on the planet. It is an opportunity of not just one lifetime, but multiple lifetimes. For it is very rare that we have amongst us the very living energy of Paramashiva himself, and we are celebrating the auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri when the energy of Paramashiva incarnated for the first time here in Tiruvannamalai as Bhagavan Lingodbhava. The very same energy is happening again close to planet Earth, and the entire Prakriti, the entire nature is supporting us today during these few hours of Maha Paramashivaratri for us to have the superconscious breakthrough. The entire nature aligns with the happening of Paramashiva as the incarnation Bhagavan Lingodbhava. The least that is expected on our part on this auspicious occasion is to remain awake during this auspicious night, so our very being can be awakened. In just another 15 to 20 minutes, we will be having the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be offered from KAILASA Tiruvannamalai from both the locations. From KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, Bhagavan's own parental home located on Tiruvural Street, right next to the Arunachala temple, and from the second location, which is KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, which is a temple monastery established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the mountain path on the 19th of April 2008. You can see here in Bhagavan's own parental home where the Aushadha Annadhan is being served the biographical panels describing the life of Bhagavan here in Tiruvannamalai during the first 17 years of his life. Beautiful portraits, the childhood portraits of Bhagavan are seen with narrations from his divine life here in Tiruvannamalai.
சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும் சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும் நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்
Over 35,000 meals have been served till now to the Annamalaya devotees over just a few hours since the Aushadha Annadhan started from both the locations here in Tiruvannamalai. And the Aushadha Annadhan Seva will continue till the last Annamalaya devotee has completed the circumambulation around Arunachala.
நித்யனை நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும் ஐம்புலனின் ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும் குரு நித்யனை நீ நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும் அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும் சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும் அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும் சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி
The sannyasis, devotees, followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are untiringly serving this marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva, which happens on this large scale every month on the full moon night, the Paurnami night, when millions of Annamalaya devotees come around Arunachala in Girivala circumambulation.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்
This Maha Paramashivaratri, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is extraordinarily significant spiritually as well as astrologically, as it happens only once in every 300 years as per the astrological information. The Maha Paramashivaratri night is the night for us to awaken to the Paramashivatva in us, for us to remember the auspicious qualities, the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Paramashiva, meditate on the auspicious qualities the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed on the 7 base emotions in us, which need to flower, which need to transform into higher emotions. And this happens in us on this Maha Paramashivaratri day, when we meditate on Paramashiva, continuously remembering him, and receive the Diksha or initiation from the great incarnations. This flowering of the Paramashivatva happens in us on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri day. As it is on this day that Bhagavan Lingodbhava happened. Eons ago, to enlighten Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. The live darshan of the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, has commenced. It is the most indescribable extreme fortune of humanity to have amidst us the living energy of Paramashiva manifesting in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the current living incarnation in the unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva happening here in Tiruvannamalai from the time Paramashiva incarnated as the first incarnation, Bhagavan Lingodbhava, and promised to humanity to be eternally available in Tiruvannamalai as a living incarnation forever. The current living incarnation, the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam's. The live darshan has started. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is now giving the live darshan to worldwide followers of Paramashiva. As part of today's live darshan, we will be hearing the global presidential address, the direct message of Paramashiva from Kailasa through our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam's, and we will be receiving the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan meditation initiation to awaken our Kundalini Shakti, the enlightenment energy in us, and to awaken our third eye energy center, the Agnya Chakra located between our eyebrows, which is the seat of the cosmic intelligence, and which awakens us to manifesting the various spiritual powers of Paramashiva. Kailasas worldwide have now tuned in to receive the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam's. Millions of followers worldwide congregate in the different Kailasas worldwide to have the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam's. Followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are in preparation to receive this Diksha over the past 3 days, today being the third day of the special fasting that they have been observing as initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The special fasting for Maha Shivaratri to receive the Diksha from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. They have been preparing their body, mind and consciousness through a special fasting. They are on a liquid diet or on a diet of one uncooked meal a day, and they've been continuously doing the Ajapa Japa, the continuous chanting, repetition of the Mahavakyas, which they have received as initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As their system becomes the Mantra Maya, the very form of the chant that they are repeating, it completely purifies their system, along with the detoxing that happens by virtue of the fasting that they have been observing. And this completely prepares their body, detoxifies their body, purifying it, for them to receive the Diksha on this Maha Shivaratri night. So the Diksha may manifest completely in their system and radiate the space, state powers, being, superconsciousness, Kailasa and Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva in their own inner space. The Annamalaya devotees continue the Girivala circumambulation around Arunachala, stopping in between to receive the Aushadha food from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path and Kailasa Tiruvannamalai on Tiruvudal Street, which is the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy. The live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has started. The Shakti Pada and the Shaktini Pada, the energy entanglement with the very energy of Paramashiva, is happening for millions of followers worldwide through the divine form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva on the planet.
பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்தியம் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். Over 37,000 meals have been served thus far to the Annamalaya devotees from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai as they circumambulate Arunachala in Girivala, and the Aushadha Annadhan continues to be served to the Annamalaya devotees and will end only after the last Annamalaya devotee has completed the circumambulation around Arunachala.
கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம்.
Merely by being awake on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night, our very being can be awakened through the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living energy of Paramashiva on the planet amongst us today. Through Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada, energy entanglement, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiates us with the sacred truths, the Paramashiva Jnana and the Diksha, the initiation, through which he awakens our Kundalini Shakti, our very enlightenment energy latent within us. He is also bestowing the third eye awakening initiation, awakening of the third eye, which is the energy center called the Agnya Chakra, located between our eyebrows. Awakening of the third eye enables us to start manifesting the very powers of Paramashiva. Today, millions of devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have received the third eye initiation, awakening initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and are successfully radiating, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, which include blindfold reading, where they read with the help of the third eye, while their two eyes are blindfolded, and they are able to do remote scanning, to scan remote places, which is the very power that Sanjaya manifested in the Mahabharata, through which he was able to see all the happenings in the Kurukshetra, in the divine battlefield, and narrate it to the king Dhritarashtra. The third eye awakening also manifests the power of body scanning, where the initiates are able to scan the bodies and precisely tell what the issue is. And not only that, through the power of the third eye, they give the methods to get the relief from the disorders, methods directly from the power of the third eye, and will therefore be unfailing to the person receiving it. Further, through the power of the third eye, the initiates are able to project remote vision onto what is called the Krishna Shila, a granite slab, and enable others to see what they projected. It was in the days of Devi Meenakshi that this power manifested as a very lifestyle, where Devi Meenakshi, in those days there was no television, but she would appear on a large granite slab, which would act as a television, and she would appear live on it, and the people, her citizens, would be able to receive her message. That is the very power revived today by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where people initiated by him are able to see remote visions and project what they are seeing on the Krishna Shila granite slab. Over 463 powers Paramashiva has made available to humanity, and it is only through Diksha, initiation from his very incarnation, that it becomes possible for us to manifest these powers of Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, continuously initiates his disciples, devotees and followers into the various powers. the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramamashivam, has commenced for this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri. The Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada, the energy entanglement, has commenced. Soon we will be hearing Paramashiva's direct message from Kailasa through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri. And we will be receiving the Shiva Kundalini meditation initiation, the Diksha, to awaken our Kundalini Shakti and to awaken our third eye, the energy center located between our eyebrows, what is known as the Agnya Chakra. It is the very seat of the cosmic intelligence. An awakened third eye functions as the very browsing center to browse the cosmic archives and harness any information, knowledge in any field. Exactly like how our Rishi forefathers of the ancient Kailasa civilization did in their lives. It was their very lifestyle. It is through this power that they contributed their extraordinary contributions in the field of inventions and discoveries, in the field of various sciences, ranging from astrology to physics to chemistry to biology to mathematics, which stand unparalleled till date. Continuous Abhishekam, offering of sacred bath to Lingodbhava, happens during this auspicious Maha Shivaratri in all the Shiva temples worldwide. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has given the Lingodbhava Bhavasamadhi Darshan on multiple occasions for worldwide followers. It is the boundless compassion and sacrifice of the great incarnations to give the various Bhava Samadhi Darshans, radiating specific energies purely for the sake of humanity, for humanity to absorb, imbibe, and awaken and live a superconscious life. The immortal frames are prepared to radiate the infinite cosmic energy continuously to humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has innumerable number of times revealed and shared how his own yoga guru, Sri Raghupati Yogi Yogananda Puri, prepared his body extraordinarily through extreme training methods in Hatha Yoga and Ashtanga Yoga, preparing his very nervous system and his body to withstand the gush of the cosmic energy continuously in it, to be able to not only withstand it but transmit it, radiate it to humanity at large. Because containing the cosmic energy within the body of the incarnation, the human body, is like tying 3 or 4 elephants inside a small hut. In order for the hut not to collapse, tremendous preparation is needed, which is what Sri Raghupati Yogi did to the divine body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. From when he was 3 until the age he was 13, right here in Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi. And it is because of Sri Raghupati Yogi's rigorous training that the delicate mortal frame of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is able to withstand the continuous gush of energy and transmit it continuously to humanity at large. Each one of us owes our deep gratitude to Sri Raghupati Yogi for his most remarkable service to the whole of humanity. All Kailasa temples worldwide, centers, Paduka Mandirs are all tuned in live at this moment and are receiving the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva on the planet. It is only through Diksha initiation that the direct transmission of lamp happens in the science of enlightenment. Therefore, Diksha initiation from the living incarnation is the most significant happening in the life of any individual. Receiving the great sacred truths directly from the incarnation is one level of transmission. But the Diksha or initiation, which is a direct transmission of the lamp from them to us, is the most significant happening. And it is happening right now on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night. Astrologically, this Maha Shivaratri is said to happen only once in every 300 years. Therefore, this Maha Shivaratri is extraordinarily special and extraordinarily significant in our spiritual growth. And the least expected from our side for this to happen to us is to just remain awake so that our very being can be awakened. The much awaited live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has commenced. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed so often that the large gap that has happened for humanity in the zone of spirituality, in the zone of enlightenment, is because of two main reasons. One, we stopped living the lifestyle, the ancient lifestyle of Adi Shaivism, which is the original science of enlightened living that was prevalent, that was given by Devi herself when she came down from Kailasa, which she herself established in the ecosystems of Tiruvannamalai, Kanchipuram and Madurai. We stopped living the ancient lifestyle, wherein all the methods for enlightenment was integrated into the very lifestyle, and second, Diksha or initiation for the direct superconscious breakthrough stopped happening on a large scale level because of the destruction of Gurukuls, the Guru Parampara through which this was happening. And therefore, it is the revival of the enlightening lifestyle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and the revival of bestowing Diksha on a large scale level. It is a revival of these two that is a core of the revival of Kailasa by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivim. It is on this Paramashivaratri night that the huge possibility of waking up from our long life of delusion and dream is possible. Whatever we perceive as us, as aham, as me, which is other than Shivoham, which means I am Paramashiva, is what we call delusion. Anything that we perceive about us, which is not Paramashiva, is the definition of delusion, as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Every dream, whether it is a daydream or a night dream, or a subconscious dream or an unconscious dream, every dream in reality only weakens us. Every dream weakens our consciousness. The Master, the Incarnation, the Guru, is the only dream that awakens us to Shivoham, meaning I am Paramashiva, the very space of Paramashiva, realizing it within us. He is also a dream, but he is a dream which awakens us. The Incarnation, the Guru, is a Simha Swapna. Simha meaning lion, Swapna meaning dream. It means he is a Simha Swapna, the lion that appears in your dream to awaken you. This is the night to wake up. We have been spending all our nights in dreaming and sleeping. But this night of Maha Paramashivaratri is not for dreaming or sleeping. It is the night to wake up from all the dreams till now. The Annamalaya devotees are continuing their circumambulation around Girivala on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night, keeping awake the entire night and immersing themselves in this most auspicious spiritual practice of doing the Girivala around Arunachala. It not only keeps them awake on this auspicious night, but it also keeps them in continuous remembrance of Paramashiva, Arunachala, and above all, Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala, is the place described as Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam, meaning By mere remembrance, Arunachala liberates. Just by remembering Arunachala, we are liberated. That is the power of this holy land of Tiruvannamalai, where mere remembrance of it liberates.
मुक्ति प्रदायक विघ्न विनाशक सिद्धि विनायक नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हरा हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभय प्रदायक आनंददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
Through the happening as Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashiva taught to Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu and to the entire humanity that consciousness of Paramashiva is always the ultimate, and it is that which will also lead you to the ultimate, more than wealth or intellect. This ultimate lesson was taught to Paramashiva, to not only Brahma and Vishnu, but to the whole of humanity. Through incarnating as his first incarnation form, Bhagavan Lingodbhava. And this cosmic history happened here in Tiruvannamalai, which is why Tiruvannamalai, especially today, on this Maha Paramashivaratri day, the very day when Paramashiva gave enlightenment to Lord Brahma and Vishnu, appearing as Lord Lingodbhava, the entire cosmic history happened here in Tiruvannamalai. And on this auspicious occasion of Maha Paramashivaratri, the Annamalaya devotees are receiving the Aushadha Annadhan from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashiva himself, which is extremely significant for their spiritual growth. This Arunagiri Yogeshwara Arunachala Sarvagnya Peetam, the spiritual Hindu university of Tiruvannamalai, the seat of the oldest spiritual and religious kingdom that has protected Hinduism and continues to protect it, The backbone of this oldest kingdom is the unbroken lineage of gurus and disciples, starting from Paramashiva as Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Ever since then, this holy land of Tiruvannamalai has been the abode and home of an unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva and various enlightened beings, Siddhas, Munis, whom we call the mutants. 40 of the known incarnations of Tiruvannamalai, starting from Paramashiva, are Idakkada Siddhar, Paramashiva Tavathir Veera Vairagya Gurumurti Swamigal, Shivathiru Irai Swamigal, Shivathiru Panakku Swamigal, Sevi Vali Seidi Siddhargal, Shivathiru Shiva Swamigal, Shivathiru Mangayakkarasi Ammayar, Devathiru Devasigamani, Jnanadesigar, Devathiru Panipatra Swamigal, Shivathiru Jnana Prakasha Swamigal, Devathiru Sri Arunagiri Nada Swamigal, Devathiru Guhi Namah Shivayar, Guru Namah Shivayar, Shivathiru Adiyaviradhankonda Thambiran Swamigal, Shivathiru Appaiya Deekshadar, Shivathiru Shaiva Velappa Navalar, Shivathiru Kumaraswamy Pandarattar, Shivathiru Shivaprakasha Swamigal, Tavathiru Sonachara Devar, Shivathiru Amanyamayar, Tavathiru Dakshinamurti Swamigal, Shivathiru Jnanadesika Swamigal, Tavathiru Sadguru Swamigal, Shivathiru Jnaniyar Adigalar, Tavathiru V.C. Dandapani Swamigal, Shivathiru Palani Swamigal, Tavathiru Adimudi Siddhar, Tavathiru Sri Sheshadri Swamigal, Tavathiru Sri Ramana Maharishi, Tavathiru Sri Alagananda Swamigal, Tavathiru Bharatyar, Shivathiru Sadaichi Ammayar, Shivathiru Isakki Swamigal, Shivathiru A.P. Annamalai Swamigal, Tavathiru Yogiram Swamigal, Shivathiru Mupanar Swamigal, Tavathiru Narayana Guru Swamigal, Tavathiru Jnanathai Umadevi Ammayar, தற்காலத்து சித்தர்கள் அருணை மகாமுனிவர் Srila Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, our beloved Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Through the unbroken lineage of superconscious mutants of the great incarnations, which form the very backbone of the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, Tiruvannamalai has been sustained all these years, and now the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is reviving all the sampradayas, all the paramparas of Hinduism, which he explored for this very purpose with his various gurus at Tiruvannamalai. For reviving all these sampradayas and putting them back as mainstream lifestyle.
பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
For over 26 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given powerful messages directly from Kailasa and powerful initiation for awakening of the Kundalini energy on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. Along with it, devotees also serving the sacred Aushadha based food through the Aushadha Annadhan free food distribution to all of Annamalai devotees who are circumambulating Arunachala in Girivala. It's a 14-kilometer walk around the Arunachala mountain where the devotees start circumambulation right from the Arunachaleshwara temple and continue passing by Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram in Adi Annamalai, and continue the walk around the mountain, reaching the Arunachaleshwara temple once again. It is the most ardent spiritual practice of Annamalaya devotees performing the Girivala. As the Aushadha Annadhan is happening from both the Kailasa locations in the Tiruvannamalai, the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, has commenced. In preparation to receive the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri, the devotees, disciples and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have been observing a special 3-day fast to detoxify their bodies, purify their body-mind consciousness, to receive the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the sacred night, to receive the Diksha, the initiation, through the intense fasting of these 3 days. They plow their very inner space and make it like fertile soil on which the seed of Diksha or initiation sown by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism may fall and take root and sprout immediately as the flowering of their very consciousness. They have been following a special fasting of a liquid food or one uncooked meal a day, along with continuous chanting of the Mahavakya. Mahavakya are special energized chants gifted to us by the great incarnations. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted to us several Mahavakyas, 2 of which he has initiated us into repeating as Ajapa Japa, continuous repetition, as preparation for these 3 days to receive the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan initiation.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெருந்தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும், உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெருந்தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும், உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும், சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன
This is the temple of Arunachaleshwara here in Tiruvannamalai, which is one of the largest Shiva temples in the world that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism literally lived and grew up in. Tiruvannamalai is one of the 5 sacred linga sites of Shiva in South India. Paramashiva is worshipped in his 5 elemental forms as the earth, water, fire, air and ether, known as the Panchabhutas. In Tiruvannamalai, Paramashiva is worshipped as fire because he appeared here as the infinite column of fire to resolve the dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu as Bhagavan Lingodbhava. Paramashiva also appeared to Devi Paramashiva Shakti, his divine consort, as a column of fire on the auspicious full moon night in the lunar month of Kartikai, accepting her arduous penance towards him to attain oneness with him. In Chidambaram, South India, Paramashiva is worshipped as ether or space. In Kalahasti, he is worshipped as the air element. In Kanchipuram, he is worshipped as the earth element. In Tiruvanekkaval, he is worshipped as the water element. The glory of the Arunachala temple in Tiruvannamalai is extolled by various Tamil saint poets such as Trignana Sambandar, who lived in the 7th century, incarnation of Paramashiva. The entire childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the first 17 years, he spent in the Arunachala temple and the surrounding temples of Tiruvannamalai, thus demonstrating undeniably to humanity as to what is the best thing they must choose in life for conscious living, which is temples and temple-based lifestyle. And it is the temple-based lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today through Kailasa, the only Hindu nation which he has established. This Maha Shivaratri, as per the astrological information, happens only once every 300 years, this particular Maha Shivaratri, and therefore it is extraordinarily significant for us to receive the Diksha initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, on this multifold auspicious Maha Shivaratri.
ஸ்வர்ணநாகவாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்யத்தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும் ஸ்வர்ணநாகவாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்யத்தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
அன்னை கூறும் ஒரு சொல்லே நித்யானந்தத்தில் சேர்க்கும்
Aushadha Annadhan, which is food infused with conscious energy, food infused with the very living enlightenment software, with the highest conscious vibrations, is being served to the Annamalaya devotees with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam.
நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாயவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாயவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். பாத தரிசனம்.
As the Aushadha Annadhan is being served, the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is happening on this auspicious Paramashivaratri night.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும்
The Shakti Pada and the Shakti Nipada, energy entanglement with the very incarnation of Paramashiva through physical and remote means is happening, and the intense energy of Lingodbhava, which is manifesting through the very physical form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, is happening.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும்.
The sannyasis and devotees of Annamalaya surrender at his divine feet with a complete trust that he will take care of them. And as the living manifestation of Paramashiva Annamalaya, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism takes it as his complete responsibility to take care of his beloved people, especially here in Tiruvannamalai. He provides the Aushadha-based food 24/7. Cool purified drinking water and continuous spiritual upliftment through various spiritual services. Paramashiva's message directly from Sri Kailasa through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has just commenced on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has started to deliver Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa to the whole of humanity. as the Aushadha Annadhan continues to happen from both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai, from the rural street, as well as from the mountain path in Adiyannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, is delivering his message as the living manifestation of Paramashiva to the whole of humanity through live darshan that is happening right now. And he will also be initiating us through Diksha initiation, awakening our Kundalini Shakti and our third eye energy center located between the eyebrows as the Agni Chakra.
பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்தியம் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருணையின் வேந்தன் கொடிதனை ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம் கருணையாய் நித்தியன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம் கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம்.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, is delivering his message to the whole of humanity on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, right at this moment through live darshan, blessing each one of us with Paramadvaita Anubhuti, the experience of oneness with Paramashiva and all of creation. For it is only through oneness that deep peace is created in each individual, which will ultimately lead to global peace and recreate the enlightened civilization once again on the planet.
நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம் கொடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம் கொடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் விண்ணும் உறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையம் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகா சம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகா சம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகா சம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
Followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from around the world are attending the Paramashiva program at 3 levels, level 1, 2 and 3. The Paramashiva programs happen continuously around the year, back to back. Through these programs, the highest teachings imparted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Paramashiva Jnana, are transmitted to the people and they are completely exposed to the highest meditation techniques, the most powerful cognitions from the Paramashiva Jnana, and handheld completely to internalize, imbibe these truths and make it an integral part of their lifestyle. The Paramashiva participants of all the 3 levels are also tuned in live on the auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, and they are receiving the direct message of Paramashiva through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy, on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism brings all the truths of Hinduism back to life through every incident of his own very life, through living the very truths right from his childhood, learning at the feet of his gurus. And through this, he has successfully revived the various sampradayas, the traditions of Hinduism, inspiring his worldwide followers to live these truths, showing by example with his own life.
காக்கும் நித்யனை நான் வாரி அணைத்திட, பூமி காக்கும் நித்யனை நான் வாரி அணைத்திட, கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்த கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது.
The live version of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy, is continuing to happen on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night.
ஆனந்தமாய் நித்தியத்தளிர் நடை நடந்திட, அகிலமெங்கும் அதிசயத்தை நடையில் கண்டிட. ஆனந்தமாய் நித்தியத்தளிர் நடை நடந்திட, அகிலமெங்கும் அதிசயத்தை நடையில் கண்டிட. விடமச்செயலில் நித்தியன் என்னை வசியம் செய்திட, விடமச்செயலில் நித்தியன் என்னை வசியம் செய்திட. வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட, வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட. கருணை
Sannyasis and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are untiringly serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annadhan devotees here in Tiruvannamalai from two locations: KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Tiruvallur Street, and from KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, the temple monastery located on the mountain path established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 19th of April 2008.
மழலை பேச்சின் மறை நான்கின் சாரமுறுத்திட, மனதை நிலைக்குள் நிறுத்தும் தியானம் சேர்த்து விளக்கிட. மழலை பேச்சில் மறை நான்கின் சாரமுறுத்திட, மனதை நிலைக்குள் நிறுத்தும் தியானம் சேர்த்து விளக்கிட. தெய்வ கருத்தில் அன்னை எந்தன் மதிமயங்கிட, தெய்வ கருத்தில் அன்னை எந்தன் மதிமயங்கிட. கடல்கள் பற்றி ஆனந்தமாய் சரணடைந்திட, கடல்கள் பற்றி ஆனந்தமாய் சரணடைந்திட. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள்
Shiva
அவதரித்தது,
is the ultimate cosmic principle of oneness. From time to time, Paramashiva superconsciously mutates as the ultimate incarnation, and that incarnation radiates specific attributes. The 33 true gods of Hindu history are the various incarnations, the superconscious mutations of Paramashiva. Which attribute we connect with, that God can be our Ishta, our preferred deity, through whom we can experience the oneness, as we are also extended manifestations of Paramashiva, hardwired to experience this deep oneness. When each being starts experiencing oneness, all violence and lower attributes, which we call demonic in Hindu tradition, transform into divine attributes, rooted in deep peace. And only individual beings realizing inner peace can lead to real global peace. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is rooted in oneness, the ultimate cosmic principle, and is therefore the science, not a religion. It is a science to create a peaceful enlightened civilization. Paramashiva superconsciously mutated for the first time ever as Bhagavan Lingodbhava as an infinite shaft of fire, and the place where it happened beyond the world is this hallowed land of Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala, where we are watching the live Aushadha Annadhan being served to the Annamaya devotees on the sacred occasion of Maha Shivaratri. And it is here in this land that Paramashiva promised to be in three forms forever by infinity. One, as the sacred Arunachala Hill. Two, as the Arunachaleshwara Linga. And his third promise to forever be available here as an eternally living incarnation. And therefore, Tiruvannamalai boasts of an unbroken lineage of incarnations from the time of happening of Bhagavan Lingodbhava. the current living incarnation being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai that he experienced in 1980s as the ideal ecosystem which he is reviving as Kailasa. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa is Tiruvannamalai gone right. Merely understanding the nuances of this indigenous ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai can awaken us to a higher self. Geniuses formed the ecosystem of Devotional. Geniuses such as Annamalai Swamigal, Yogi Yogananda Puri, Mata Vivekananda Puri, Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, Mona Swami Narayana Swami, Jatai Swamigal, Sri Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal, great Acharyas who taught in Tiruvannamalai and who visited Tiruvannamalai on festive occasions to impart the Paramashiva Jnana to the people of Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashivam, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, is continuing to deliver his message from Kailasa to the whole of humanity. The happening of Lingodbhava on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night is the Big Bang that created our very Surya Mandala, our galaxy. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Big Bang of the Surya Mandala, our galaxy, where we are existing, is the appearance of Paramashiva, formless in form, timeless in time, nameless in name as Arunachala, Lingodbhava, 61 galactic years ago. 4,300 million years is about 18 galactic years. After the Big Bang, the sun was born, 20 galactic years ago. Sun is junior to the Lingodbhava of Arunachala. After the Sun, the Earth cooled to support life. This happened 70 galactic years ago. The Supreme Point of Hinduism continues in its revelation. That is when the Ananda core of that Big Bang cooled down and appeared as Arunachala in the planet Earth that we have now. Today, scientists know that at the center of every galaxy there is a black hole. That black hole can be called as the Atma-linga of that galaxy, the personal Shivalinga or Kailasa of that galaxy. And all galaxies are going around one center. That center, which is the source of all oneness, is what I call Maha Paramashiva. Paramashiva transpired cosmic action, creation, sustenance, destruction, or rejuvenation, putting into delusion and liberation. The black hole is shaped very much like a Shivalinga, which is the Atma-linga as revealed by the Supreme Point of Hinduism. It attracts and gobbles everything into it, which is the destruction aspect of Paramashiva, the destruction for rejuvenation. And this black hole also creates other stars and galaxies, which is the rejuvenation aspect of Paramashiva. The energy beam emanating from the two ends of the black hole is the Deepa Stambha, the infinite column of light, the Lingodbhava. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that Arunachala exists in all the 14 primary lokas, what are called the vertical time zones. Our planet Earth is the Bhuloka, it is one particular time zone. It is one among the 14 vertical time zones. Above it are the higher lokas, higher time zones, which are known as the Bhuvarloka, Swarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka, Brahmaloka, and beyond the Vaikuntha, Kailasa and Mahakailasa. And there are 7 lower lokas or lower vertical time zones called the Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Prasatala, Partala. And Arunachala is the embodiment of all these 14 lokas and worshipped by beings in all lokas. All the 14 are within him because he is the very Linga. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the happening of Lingodbhava here in Arunachala.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मूषिकवाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा परमेश्वर जय
The live message from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramamashivam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva on the planet, is continuing. Followers worldwide, and all the Kailasa ecosystems worldwide are tuned in live to the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and they are receiving the live message directly from Kailasa.
Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Madhava Murahara Madhura Manohara Giridhara Nagara Nityapurisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Abhaya Pradayaka Anandadayaka Bhakta Udarana Nityapurisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Bansidhara Hara Shyama Sundara Nache Natavara
Arunachala is described in the Arunachala Puranam by Paramashiva himself. It is narrated by Lord Brahma to his own son, Paramashiva. Describes Arunachala, which remains unchanging through all the yugas, through the cyclic eras of time. Arunachala has remained, only changing in its lowest form. This is described by Paramashiva in the Arunachala Purana as follows. Satya Yugatil Ponmalayagavum, Treta Yugatil Manikka Malayagavum, Dwapara Yugatil Velli Malayagavum, Kali Yugatil Kal Malayagavum, which means as the fiery golden mountain in Satya Yuga, meaning the infinite column of fire, which she appeared for the first time, as the Manikam gemstone mountain in Treta Yuga, as the silver mountain in Dwapara Yuga, and as the stone mountain in Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga being our current age and time.
Krishna Janardana Paramadayagana Nityapurisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Satya Sanadana Nitya Niranjana Bhakta Parayana Nityapurisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara
has revealed ever so often that of all the Shivalinga temples, Tiruvannamalai is considered to be the house of the Moola Linga, the source Linga, because it is here that the first ever manifestation of Paramashiva happens as a form. It is here in Tiruvannamalai that he appears. Similarly, of all the Nataraja temples, Chidambara Nataraja is considered the Moola or source Nataraja, and of all the Ardhanarishwara temples, Tirchandur Ardhanarishwara is considered the Moola.
Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Bandha Vimochana Papa Samharaka Patita Pavana Nityapurisha Nityeshwara हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषणा
served the Aushadha Annadhan on the sacred occasion of Maha Shivaratri.
Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Mata Pita Guru
Almost 50,000 people have been served the Aushadha Annadhan on the sacred Maha Paramashivaratri.
Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara
As the Aushadha Annadhan continues, the live darshan and the live global presidential address, the message for today directly from Paramashiva from Kailasa is happening. The live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy. More than on any other occasion or celebration of Paramashiva, the Maha Paramashivaratri is one of the most auspicious, as it is the celebration of the very happening of Paramashiva for the first ever time on the planet Earth.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோத்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
It is the untiring effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, to make people realize the oneness in them with Paramashiva, as it is in this oneness that is rooted the solution for all our problems that we face today, whether it is individual problems or group problems, and therefore it is his untiring effort to make us realize this oneness, the Parama Advaita Anubhuti, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism experienced in his life with the grace of his gurus, Bhagavan Arunachala Yogeshwara and Annamalai Swamigal, who was a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. Over 47,000 meals have been served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai.
கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும்.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuing his message to the whole of humanity on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, a direct message from Paramashiva from Kailasa. He is delivering it both in English and in the Tamil languages.
ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ
bringing back the Adi Shaivism lifestyle right from the way human beings dress traditionally to all the lifestyle aspects and habits, reviving the Adi Shaivism lifestyle, the original lifestyle of Kailasa prescribed by Paramashiva and directly manifested by Devi as an enlightened civilization in Madurai, Kanchipuram, Tiruvannamalai. It is this lifestyle which existed even before the word religion was coined. It is this lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, has started and continuing his live address on the sacred occasion of Maha Shivaratri.
சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனனை நம்பு, அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். ஐம்புலனின் ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனை நீ நம்பு, அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். அன்பு வழி மலரும், அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். அன்பு வழி மலரும், அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம், அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம், அது எல்லாமே
Adi Shaivism, the original life science as taught by Paramashiva to Devi, and which Devi taught to the whole of humanity, is not a religion. It is a very lifestyle, enlightening lifestyle that existed, the spiritual lifestyle. And it is Adi Shaivism that knows the technique to make all beings, not just human beings, manifest enlightenment. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he says in Tamil, Kondai kattudalum, kottai kattudalum, it means wearing the matted locks of Shiva, the Shiva jatas on your head, and wearing the Rudraksha strings on your body. These are not rules of Adi Shaivism. They are very big scientific boons. How much heavy jatas you are able to bear on your head, that much your consciousness will remain seated on the top of the head, and your Kundalini Shakti will raise continuously and keep you established in the switch on the body. Is also one more boon of Paramashiva to us through the lifestyle of Adi Shaivism. Applying Bhasma will activate all the energies in our body. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed in his own words, if I spread only Yoga or Jnana Pada, which is spiritual powers, or the Kriya Pada, which is rituals, where you are taught, if you want this, you offer this puja. If I taught only these three and left the lifestyle component, I would have earned trillions. But these three are only like the fruits. Charya Pada, which is the very lifestyle given by Paramashiva, is the real boon given to us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues revealing, making people understand this is my first responsibility. And that is the reason why so many attacks on me also. He further reveals, it is not just because there was no Diksha, initiation from incarnation. It is not just because there was no Diksha, initiation from incarnations, that the gap happened for humanity. It is also because the lifestyle that we think is just ordinary, the Kondai Kattudal and Kottai Kattudal, meaning the wearing of the Shiva Jatas and the wearing of the Rudraksha appeared. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares how in those days the very communities were named as Kondai Katti Mudaliyar and Kottai Katti Mudaliyar. And he further asks, if it was just ordinary, will they keep the very title of a community as Kondai Katti Mudaliyar and Kottai Katti Mudaliyar? He makes us understand that Our ancestors inserted the very lifestyle habit into the very title of their communities as its very identity.
நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாயவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாயவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். பாத தரிசனம் பரிபூர்ண அருள் தரும் கருணை விழியதால் உயர் வாழ்வும் நிலை பெறும். நாகவாகனத்தில் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவளும் கொண்ட கோலமதை விழி காண்பதே வரம்.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்தியத்தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும்.
The Annamalai devotees are steadily coming into the two Kailasas to receive the Aushadha-based food.
கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும் பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும். உண்டிடும் காட்சியை பாடிட வார்த்தைகள் நான் என்று நீ என்று ஓடி வரும். ஆயினும் ஆனந்த காட்சியின் பேரிடில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும். கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும் பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும். மனம் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகுது. காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும் பிறவிக் கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும் குருவே சரணமென்று பதம் நாடிடும் மனமும் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகுது அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும்.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva on the planet, is now in live darshan for the whole of humanity. His message from Kailasa to the whole of humanity for this auspicious Maha Shivaratri has just been delivered, and he is about to start the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan meditation initiation, the direct Diksha from the living manifestation of Paramashiva to radiate Shivoham, oneness with Paramashiva, oneness with all of creation, for which Paramashiva is the very source. Merely being awake on this one Maha Shivaratri night and receiving the sacred truths and the initiation, the Diksha, will awaken our very being to Paramashivatva, for which we are originally hardwired.
அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வ திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் ஆனந்த புரிதலில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வ திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் அன்பு வழிதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்யனும் என்றும் நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ பொங்கும் கடலென பக்தர் குழுமிட நித்யனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம்
Kailasa is built on the foundation of the Guru and the Guru Parampara, the tradition of Guru-disciple lineage, which is the very backbone of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, because it is through the Guru Parampara that the Diksha or initiation was transmitted over generations, preserving the enlightenment science and passing it over generations. The tree of Kailasa's Guru Parampara is as vast as the banyan tree, covering every nook and crevice of the Vedic knowledge of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The late 1970s in Tiruvannamalai was seeing the last rung of mutants in Tiruvannamalai who were adepts at various Hindu sciences and capable of transmitting these Hindu sciences to their disciples. These beings are the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his childhood. The royal curriculum of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with his gurus was as diverse as Hinduism itself, with these most elite, most mysterious and powerful enlightened beings who lived at that time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his gurus, were fully aware that none less than Paramashiva himself, the one who acts on the planet Earth among them as their own disciple. But yet they played their role with such authenticity until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism left Tiruvannamalai at the age of 17 to embrace the global mission of Kailasa. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Guru Parampara, he reveals, if still the method of enlightenment, the science of living enlightenment, the science of completion, and the science of enlightened lifestyle is still available to planet Earth, if we are able to still enjoy it, it is just because of the Guru Parampara. It is just because of the Guru Shishya Parampara. Thousands and thousands of our sannyasis, gurus, have given their life. They have even died. They gave up their body many times just to protect our tradition, knowledge, and were killed during the invasions. Thousands and thousands fought to protect our values, our traditions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has received 16 types of initiations through the traditional methods to carry forward the Guru Parampara forever. He received this from all of his gurus in Tiruvannamalai, starting from Bhagavan Arunachala Hill, who's Paramashiva himself, transmitting the truths and experience from guru to disciple over generations in cyclic succession, through initiating disciples to be acharyas and finally gurus themselves. And living Vaita, intellectually, experientially, ritualistically, and to give the Shaktipada, Shaktinipada initiations that can connect us with Paramashiva directly. And as we speak, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramamashiva, is giving the Diksha to live darshan for this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in his golden childhood here in Tiruvannamalai, explored the science of yoga with Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, the science of Siddha with Sri Sakhi Swamigal, the science of Vedanta with Sri Sakhi Swamigal and Mata Vibhutananda Puri, the science of Tantra and Sri Vidya with Mata Vibhutananda Puri, the science of enlightenment with Sri Annamalai Swamigal, who was a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, the science of mantra, yantra and aushadha with Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, the science of Advaita Bhakti with Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal, the science of Muruga Bhakti with Sri Jatai Swamigal, and deity making with Sri Trichy Mahaswamigal, the science of universal boundaryless consciousness with Sri Thinnai Swamigal, another direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, the science of self-inquiry with Sri Sadhu Om, again a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, the science of Nirahara Samyama and Kaya Kalpa with Sri Mauna Swami Narayana Swami, the science of Siddha Vidya with Paramashiva Shivananda's lineage, the science of Vedic astrology with Tanjavur Swamigal, the science of Shakta worship with Sri Tiruchi Swamigal, and above all, the science of Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana with Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who was Paramashiva himself. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the great Guru Parampara of Tiruvannamalai, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, shares, I will only question Pashu and Pasha. I will only question me and the Maya delusion. I will never question Pati, my Guru. I do not have any questions about my Pati. I will not question Pati. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism uttered these words while explaining how, even in the peak of delusion, one should have the clear understanding never to question the Guru. One should question only the mind which creates the delusion and the attachment which is born out of it.
பற்றி ஆனந்தமாய் சரணடைந்திட கழல்கள் பற்றி ஆனந்தமாய் சரணடைந்திட கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது.
Here in Tiruvannamalai, as per the promise given by Paramashiva, he continues to appear as living incarnations from time immemorial. And it is not that one incarnation trains the next. It is not that Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi trained Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal or Sheshadri Swamigal trained Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. All of them are Swayambhus, meaning natural incarnations. But the chain was never cut. Each incarnation is unique. Over the course of history, the hub of Tiruvannamalai remained a spiritual and religious kingdom, a place that continuously generates great enlightened beings who nurture the aura.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதோ வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதோ வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி
The
விடும்
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam,
சத்தியத்தை
is
கொஞ்சம்
right now in live darshan. He has just delivered his message on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri to the whole of humanity, and is in the process of conducting the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan meditation, the powerful Diksha initiation to realize Paramashivatva in us. In his message today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, reiterated to his followers worldwide to intensely be with what they considered as themselves to be for themselves. Whatever may be their level of self-doubt, self-denial or self-hatred, what he calls SDHD, He urged them to remain with how they feel about themselves. Sometimes they may feel they are the body, sometimes we may feel we are the consciousness, and even our own idea about ourselves continuously changes from morning till night. His message today is, whatever it may be, just remain with what you feel about you, and I will take care. I will breathe Paramashiva space inside you powerfully. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has unleashed the most simple, the easiest meditation that we can ever do on our part, where whatever we may feel about ourselves, however our mind might waver, it is enough if we just remain awake and be with it, without pursuing it with any self-doubt or self-denial or self-hatred. And it is his deepest, most powerful assurance to us that he will do the job of breathing Paramashivatva into us. All we need to do is just to remain awake and be with what we feel about ourselves to be. And he will do the whole thing for us as the living manifestation of as part of his most powerful message on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has revealed that it is enough if we understand that Paramashiva is the real name of us. We are in reality Paramashiva, and Shiva is our real name. And he asks a simple question to the whole of humanity. Do you remember your name continuously to remember you? Therefore, it is not even required for you to continuously repeat the name of Shiva. If you just understand that in reality, your name is Shiva and you are Paramashiva, it is enough. And it is the deepest assurance and promise to us that in spite of our self-doubt which might surface, he will breathe the space of Paramashiva into us on this auspicious night and make it happen for each one of us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, during this powerful initiation that is happening right now through his live darshan, has requested us to hold our Atma Linga, which he has given to us through initiation, in our hands. And for those who do not have the Atma Linga, they can hold the Rudraksha, the sacred wheel, in their hand, while he does the ultimate job of breathing the space of Paramashiva into us. And all we need to do is just remain awake. Just being awake, he will awaken our very being on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night. The live darshan is still happening. The initiation, the Diksha, is in progress. Disciples, devotees, and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worldwide is in the process of receiving the Diksha. Each one of them is holding the Atmalinga or the Rudraksha in their hands and just sitting with what they believe as them this very moment, which might change, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says it doesn't matter. Your eye of view can continue to change. You just be with whatever you think as you, and I will do the job of blowing the space of Paramashiva inside you, of initiating you into it, irrespective of what you may think about you. Although in reality you are Paramashiva, your name is Shiva. It is something that you do not have to repeat to remember. This most profound and most simple cognition, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has unleashed today to the whole of humanity through his Maha Paramashivaratri global address, his message directly from Kailasa to humanity. The most critical thing and the least expectation from us on this Maha Paramashivaratri night is to be awake. The rest of it is his. The rest of it he has given complete assurance on his part to do for us, to make happen. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared so very often with us how his gurus, his beloved gurus of this holy land, Tiruvannamalai, consolidated him right in his childhood. Even before his individuality came alive, they consolidated him and made him understand that he is the ultimate cosmic principle, Paramashiva himself. And therefore his very individuality became Paramashivatva. It is the complete assurance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivам, that he will do the consolidation for us to make us realize our Paramashivatva. And for that, on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night, he is giving this powerful cognition and initiation, Diksha, and all we need to do is to remain awake during this auspicious night, because it is now that the energy of Lingodbhava, of Paramashiva's first incarnation, Lingodbhava, is happening once again on the planet. That is the celebration of Maha Paramashivaratri. And therefore, every Maha Paramashivaratri, the only thing we need to do is to remain awake so that that energy can engulf us while we are awake to the superconscious zone. The happening of Lingodbhava on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night.
मूषिकवाहन मंगलदायक गौरी नंदना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
As part of the ongoing Diksha on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivам, is in the process of giving the Diksha initiation to the whole of humanity, to awaken the Paramashivatva, the space of Paramashiva inside every being. And as part of the Diksha initiation, the disciples and devotees and followers are seated, holding the Atmalinga or Rudraksha bead in their hands and receiving the Diksha. They are vibrating as per the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with the Parama Mantra Shiva, 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 which is meant to consume their whole being, dissolving their very individual identities that they have about them. as something separate from Paramashiva. This powerful initiation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is in the process of giving to the whole of humanity, where the individual identity is dissolved in the Parama Mantra of Shiva, Shiva, Shiva.
अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर
Over 51,000 people have been served the Aushadha Annadhan on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night.
नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणा सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर.
As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism takes it as his complete responsibility to consolidate our very being, that we are Paramashiva. He awakens the Paramashivatva in us, the very state, space, being, superconsciousness, powers, Kailasa and Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva within our inner space.
सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजना भक्त परायणा नित्यपुरीश.
On this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night, the entire nature, Prakriti, supports raising our consciousness. The energy of Lingodbhava is once again showering on the planet Earth on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night. And therefore, the entire nature is aligned to it, supporting us in our leap to superconsciousness. Therefore, merely remaining awake on this Maha Shivaratri night is enough for our consciousness to take a leap into the superconscious zone.
नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर बंध विमोचना पाप संहारक पतित पावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर. चंद्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिल लोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर. मातपिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर.
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, through the ongoing live Diksha initiation for the whole of humanity, has now unleashed the technique of vibrating our very being with Shiva, 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 so it consumes our very individual identity and manifests Lingodbhava inside us. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, whose first incarnation is Lingodbhava, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has given us the simplest of simple techniques in his very energy presence on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night of filling, vibrating our very being with the Parama mantra Shiva, 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 and just by virtue of it, manifesting Lingodbhava in us.
செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும், சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
The Annamalaia devotees are continuing to come in Girivala around Arunachala in Tiruvannamalai and stopping in between to have their Aushadha meal at KAILASA Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path in Annamalaia.
கைகளும் தோறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும், இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். கைகளும் தோறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும், இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மனம் சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாம்
It is here in Tiruvannamalai that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, had his experience of enlightenment at the age of 12 in Pavalakundru, a small hilltop. It is in Pavalakundru that Devi Parashakti herself experienced oneness with Paramashiva, and it is here that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his profound enlightenment experience of feeling one with everything around him. The state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, he was able to see 360 degrees around him with closed eyes. And this experience was triggered when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sat on a rock in Pavalakundru on an auspicious full moon night in the month of Vaikashi, when the Vishaka star rose in the constellation, and he was playfully following the technique given to him by his Guru Annamalai Swamigal, a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. The technique was to trace the source of our thoughts. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sat with this technique, suddenly the experience of enlightenment opened up. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he describes precisely, if I have to put it in words, what happened on that particular day. Paramashiva started manifesting as Parameshvara on that very day through this being and through this body. I felt that the skin of the stone on the rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The rising moon, the whole Arunachala Hill, all the plants, bushes, shrubs, trees, everything became so alive. The idea that something is inside and something is outside was completely lost. First, I was able to see in all the 10 directions 360 degrees, and the next moment I realized not only I am able to see, I am able to experience all of that as me. I felt so powerful. I just know I am that oneness, the existence. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the entire 360 degrees, below me, everything. I realized I was not only able to see, I was able to feel, experience. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing his enlightenment experience at age 12, when he experienced the oneness with the whole of existence. Today, on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, where we are witnessing the Aushadha Annadhan being served to the Annamalaya devotees from KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is in live darshan giving the Diksha initiation into realizing our Paramashivatva, where he has asked us to vibrate our being with the Parama mantra Shiva, 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 which will consume our very individuality, which shows us as separate from Paramashiva. In his divine presence, in the presence of the very energy, that is the energy of Lingodbhava, which his form embodies, he is bestowing this powerful initiation on us out of his infinite compassion for humanity.
சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி
எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும்.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
After the enlightenment experience, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism came down the small hillock of Pavalakundra and shared with his Guru Mata Vibhutananda Puri on what happened. And it was Mata Vibhutananda Puri who confirmed to him and reassured him that he need not have any fear of the profound experience that had happened, as it was the divine that had possessed him and not any ghost that had possessed him, as he doubted. She took him to the very shrine of Arunachaleshwara and asked him to recall the experience and asked him if the experience was intensified. Overjoyed that he was indeed graced by Paramashiva and overjoyed at the oneness he felt with Paramashiva through the profound experience, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism next went to his own playmate, Sampat, and shared with him what had happened and spontaneously embraced him in a hug, which became the first historic energy darshan after the enlightenment experience. He simply transmitted the gush of energy to Sampat, who felt completely overwhelmed at the inexplicable energy from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He then took Sampat to the Arunachaleshwara temple and told him that he had a 360-degree vision now, and he told him that he could test him. Sampat tossed silver coins up in the air multiple times, and every time Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism answered correctly. And slowly the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started describing what was happening behind his head, describing his head. And at that point in time, Sampat started feeling fear, as it was a peculiar turn of events which he had not witnessed before, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he hurriedly left him, citing nature's call. Tiruvannamalai is filled with beautiful memories, divine memories of the Avatara Leela, the divine childhood life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism up to the age of 17. Each place in this holy land is destined to be a temple in its own right, where the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is meant to be celebrated and worshipped. The enlightenment experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at Pavalakundra at age 12 is celebrated every year as the Nithyananda Purnima. It is on this day that Lord Subramanya got enlightened through receiving the Sarvajnanottara Agama teaching from Paramashiva. And it is in this place that Devi Paramashiva Shakti attained her oneness with Paramashiva, and this is commemorated through the presence of the Ardhanarishwara temple right here in Pavalakundra. Ardhanarishwara is the Hindu god which has the form of Paramashiva as half Shiva and half Devi, his divine consort, which symbolizes the oneness that Paramashiva Shakti experienced with Paramashiva right here in Pavalakundra. And it is here in Pavalakundra, Tiruvannamalai, that Mata Vibhutananda Puri, the Guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, built the first ashram for him. The first Kailasa built for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is by his gurus, and it is here in Pavalakkundru in Tiruvannamalai.
சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மனம் சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is in the process of giving the Diksha, the initiation to the whole of humanity. He has appeared live more than an hour ago, delivered the message for today, and is now in the process of giving Diksha, initiation to his worldwide followers.
மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத.
As the year 1995 was approaching in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his gurus determined that he was ready for the global mission of reviving Kailasa. And this also meant that their time on planet Earth was coming to a close, as their own purpose was to bring down the superconsciousness into form and ensure his perfect expression as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. Therefore, in 1994, his gurus coronated the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the successor of the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Arunachala Sarvajñapita through the Yoga Pattabhishekam ceremony, thus officially led the sacred unbroken Guru-disciple lineage of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai. The Yoga Pattabhishekam signified a historical milestone for the whole of humanity as the dated emergence of the incarnation of Paramashiva, a loud declaration of Sangha and some heroes of Hinduism of what incarnations have promised time and again, that Sanatana Hindu Dharma will never die. Marking this historic event, Mataji Viputananda Puri created the sacred document of official spiritual inheritance by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 24th of May 1994. This document is a part of the spiritual and historical precedence of the nation of Kailasa, and along with it, Mataji Viputananda Puri also arranged for photographs to be taken of herself.
சேர்க்கும் குரு நித்யனனை நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். ஐம்புலனின் ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும்.
With this Yoga Pattabhishekam, Mata Viputananda Puri offered the land in Pavalakkundru to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This ashram in Pavalakkundru is the first ever Kailasa. It is the first enlightenment ecosystem revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is here that he has sat for endless hours with his Guru Mata Vibhudananda Puri, exploring the great sciences of Hinduism. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on the Yogapata Abhishekam and its Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received many direct initiation and gifts from all his gurus, which happens in the Hindu tradition only when the disciple has proven to the guru that he will indeed take all the wealth of knowledge and initiations received from them to millions more. Only then the disciple is entrusted with these most coveted and celebrated secrets of the universe. For if they are given to anyone lesser, they lose their very value and purpose.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோத்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும்.
It is here in this holy land of Tiruvannamalai that all the divine incidents, life incidents happened in the first 17 years of the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the planet. He literally lived and grew up in the Arunachala temple and the surrounding shrines in Tiruvannamalai. There are 7 circumambulatory paths around the Arunachala Linga in the temple. The first 5 paths are inside the temple precincts enclosed by the 9 lofty temple towers, and the 6th and the 7th path are just outside of it. In every path, divine incidents have happened in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as it is in these 7 paths that he grew up and spent the 17 years of his childhood before he left Tiruvannamalai. In the first circumambulatory, Pontiff of Hinduism had the ultimate experience of Parama Advaita, the Parama Advaita Anubhuti, the oneness experience to his beloved Guru Bhagavan Yogeshwara. In this divine incident, at the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the darshan of Bhagavan Yogeshwara seated on the very Arunachala Linga inside the Sanctum Sanctorum. The darshan initiated an instant unclutching from the thought shaft within him, thus opening the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, oneness with the whole, where duality ceases to exist due to ceasing of the mind. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives the same unclutching experience as the Parama Advaita, oneness with Paramashiva. The Parama Advaita Diksha he gives to his worldwide followers. In the second circumambulatory path around Arunachala, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has participated in the Palli Elchi and the Palli Arai rituals unfailingly every single day. It is in this second circumambulatory path that Annamalaya, Arunachaleshwara and his divine consort, the Arai chamber. It is the last ritual of the day, and they are woken up ceremoniously the next day during the early morning Brahma Muhurta time of 4 a.m. through the Palli Elchi ritual. Sri Vaidyanatha Shivacharya, a senior priest of the Arunachaleshwara temple, shares that if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was not present for either of these two rituals on any given day, you could be sure that he was not in station on that day. Such is the surety with which the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai vouch values and traditions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which he was reviving from his very childhood. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has inculcated the same integrity and devotion into his disciples and devotees who perform these rituals in the Kailasa temples worldwide. In the third circumambulatory path of the Arunachaleshwara temple, at the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his first darshan of his beloved Guru Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara at his Jiva Samadhi, the four-pillared stone mandapam, where his energy is enshrined. And it is also in this path that the Devi shrine, the shrine of Annamalai Amman, is located. And it is here that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the live darshan of Devi Bhuvaneshwari inside the very sanctum sanctorum of Devi. And it is here that he also had the darshan of the Sri Chakra, the Sri Yantra, which is a two-dimensional sacred geometrical representation of the whole cosmos, which is central to Devi worship in Hindu tradition. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sculpted the form of Devi on a copper foil, both of which are worshipped today by millions of his followers worldwide as part of the sovereign archives of Kailasa. Following these profound happenings, his Guru Mata Vibhutananda Puri initiated him into the Sri Vidya worship of Devi. She also initiated the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into the sacred Shodasi, the 16-syllable utterance used in Devi worship. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiates millions of followers into the Shodasi as a powerful tool for their conscious growth.
மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும் உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும் மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும் உள்ள மத ஏற்க.
In the fourth circumambulatory path of the Arunachaleshwara temple is located the Kritika Mandapam, which is a 36-pillared stone structure dedicated to the worship of Lord Subramanya. It is here that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his rigorous training of yoga with his yoga guru, Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, also known as Raghupati Yogi. And this happened from his age of 3 to the age of 13. The Arunachaleshwara temple garland maker Subramanyam Iyer used to tie the temple garlands stands to the yoga lessons of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism every morning. Subramanyam Iyer has shared that come rain or shine, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would be there with Sri Raghupati Yogi for the training. Subramanyam Iyer has seen the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism climb the pillars of the mandapam up and down, often with one hand free and often upside down. He says it was like having darshan of Annamalaya himself doing the leela of yoga. In this fourth encircling path is also located the Amavasya Mandapam and the Goshala, the cow shelter of the temple, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spent time meditating in the Amavasya Mandapam and caring for the cows in the Goshala. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the traditional caste and creed. Wake up during the early morning Brahma Muhurta time, perform the Panchakriya 5 traditional methods of body cleansing. And at sharp 4 a.m., they practice the Prathama Vinyasa Krama, the 108 yogic asanas sequence prescribed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that includes 10 components such as the asana itself, pranayama, the breathing, mudra, the yogic hand posture, the bandha, the yogic action for Kundalini awakening, and 7 such more components. In the 5th circumambulatory path of the Arunachala temple, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the first historic recorded public function, the Ganesh Chaturthi festival, to the Ganesha deity under the banyan tree. He organized the entire function, built a small pandal, thatched roof over Ganesha, brought the official temple rural drummers to play for the function, and invited one and all for the function, and went by bicycle finally and distributed prasad to all those who contributed towards the festival. There is a clear photograph as evidence to this first organized public function of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்யதாயின் திருமுகம்.
It is also here in the 5th circumambulation path inside the Arunachala temple that the sacred banyan tree is located, under which Ganesha is seated. Ganesha, to whom Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offered Abhisheka and organized the first public festival. It is here on the branches of this very banyan tree that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would be seated and playing when he chose to be away from school. The temple watchman would find him and hand him over to the school watchman who would have come looking for him. This banyan tree inside the Arunachala temple in the 5th prakara is specially significant in the history of Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that this banyan tree carries the same DNA as the banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, Bidvi. Disciples submitted samples of both the trees to the laboratories, labeling them, and it was proven scientifically that both the trees carried the same DNA. Another historic event happened on the 5th circumambulatory path of Arunachala. The 230th Pontiff Kailai Punidar Seelathiru Jnanaprakasha Swamigal Durai Jnanasambandha Mudaliyar of the Thondai Mandala Adinam, ancient Hindu kingdom of Kanchipuram, South India, recognized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incarnation of Paramashiva and officially performed the Acharya Abhishekam to him, coronating him as his successor to the kingdom, ritualistically empowering him to teach and initiate others. This happened in the 1,000-pillared mandapam, what is called the rituals were performed by Sri Rajaganapati Shivacharya, who was the person in charge for all the ritualistic initiations that happened from the temple.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம்
The respected Sannidhanam, the 230th Guru Maha Sannidhanam in the lineage, performed the Acharya Abhishekam and several other initiations for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this fifth circle of the Arunachala temple and ordained him as his successor. And it was in the year 2001, after the avataric realization, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism officially assumed the responsibilities as the head of the month and began by constructing the Adinam, the Kailasa in Tiruchengood, which is part of the Thondai Mandalam region. After the Mahasamadhi of the 230th Guru Maha Sannidhanam, two other Sannidhanams sat on the seat until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was ready as per the legal norms of attaining 21 years of age before he could sit on the spiritual seat. The sixth circumambulatory path of the Arunachala temple comprises 4 streets surrounding the temple, collectively called the Madhavidi. It is in this sixth circle that Arunachala comes in his royal procession 300 days in the year as part of the temple festivals. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also used to take his own small Annamalaya deity in procession on Madhavidi during these festivals. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would accompany Annamalaya from the time he stepped out the Asthana, his due location, inside the temple and offered the final arati for the day. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism felt a deep sense of responsibilism towards Annamalaya, and therefore he would be by his side from the time he was taken out of the temple to the time he was brought back to the temple. The seventh circumambulatory path of the temple is the mountain path itself, what is called the Giri Vala. Giri means mountain and Vala means coming around in circumambulation. During his childhood days, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done the Giri Vala of 14 kilometers every day by foot under the instructions of his Guru, Mata Vibhutananda Puri, also known as Mataji Kuppamal. In those days, the mountain path was remote and no one ventured on it beyond 4 p.m. But the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would walk all by himself around Arunachala and report to Mataji Kuppamal that he has finished the Girivala for the day, and he will also share any extraordinary incidents that happened during the Girivala.
காட்சியின் பேரில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும் கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும் பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும் குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும் மனமும் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகே அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும்.
It was on one occasion when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was going around the hill all by himself as a child, reading the verses of the Arunachala Annadhan written by Maha Shivaratri. He was looking down at his book and reading the verses and joyfully coming around Arunachala in Girivala when he suddenly looked up and saw a bunch of hyenas growling and waiting to pounce on him. Hyenas are known to attack small children, especially when they themselves are in a group.
தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம்
தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத்திரு கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் ஆனந்த புரிதலில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத்திரு கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் அன்பு வழிதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்யனும் என்று நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ பொங்கும் கடலென பக்த குழுமிட நித்யனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகா சம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகா சம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்
It was on one such occasion that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was walking around Arunachala in Girivala, singing the verses of Arunagiri Andadi. He looked up and suddenly saw a bunch of hyenas waiting to pounce on him. At that very moment, he let out a deep scream from his very pure center. He screamed, "Arunachala!" and from nowhere an old man appeared with a long stick and chased the hyenas away. And even before the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism could determine what was going on, the hyenas had gone, and so had the old man. He felt within him that Arunachala himself came to save his life.
பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது. பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. ரசித்தது. தங்கமகன் நித்யன் தெய்வம் என்றுணர்ந்தது. தங்கமகன் நித்யன் தெய்வம் என்றுணர்ந்தது. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது.
Circle around Arunachaleshwara here in Tiruvannamalai that the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performed the Yoga Pattabhishekam ceremony for him in the year 1994 when he was 16 years of age. Through this, they officially handed him over the mantle to start guiding humanity as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. The ceremony happened in Panchamukham on the Girivala path, the location of the Jiva Samadhi of Sri Sakhi Swamigal, from where the 5 faces of the Arunachala Hill can be clearly seen. Panchamukham, Pancha means 5, Mukham means face. Therefore, in all the 7 circumambulatory paths around Arunachaleshwara resound with the divine memories of the golden childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the later years, after the global mission commenced, it is here in the 7th circumambulation path that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performed the historic first recorded Chandi Homa, a powerful fire ritual to Devi Rajarajeshwari at the Rajarajeshwari temple on the 7th of November 2000, which is right opposite Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram on the mountain path in Adiyannamalai. Exactly opposite the entrance of our Kailasa is located the Rajarajeshwari temple, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the first ever recorded Chandi Homa personally himself. This is one of the first rituals offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism while starting his grand mission of Kailasa in the global level, by first giving obeisance to all the gods and goddesses of Kailasa. As per the Hindu tradition, any new venture starts auspiciously only with the declaration of the conscious will, what is called the Sankalpa. Once declared, this will is infused with abundant energy as a blessing from the divine. And for such a grand venture as the revival of a very nation, there was not just a single ritual but a series of them. It came to be a period of intense ritualistic austerity, where the gods and goddesses themselves manifested to bless the beginning of the Renaissance. When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was offering the final offerings into the home of fire in this Rajarajeshwari temple, Devi Rajarajeshwari herself appeared in the fire and received the offering. This divine happening has been captured beautifully in photographs. Further, when he was about to enter the temple early morning of the ritual, a large light emanating from his third eye in his forehead has also been captured in photographs. Sri Ravi Iyer, the chief organizer of the Chandi Homa, worked under the direct guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he has shared with us through his interview delightful details of working personally with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Dasa Mahavidyas, the 10 forms of the Universal Cosmic Mother, were made and installed in this Rajarajeshwari temple under the direct guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And of course, last but not the least, it is on this 7th circumambulatory path that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, the temple monastery.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க, அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க, அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. தியானத்தை செய்ய வானம் கொண்ட எண்ணம் மாய்த்து விடும் நித்யானந்தன் வேதம் தானுங்க. ஆனந்த வேதம் எங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் ஞானத்தையும் தந்து விடுங்க.
Over 60,000 meals have been served. through this Aushadha Annadhan Seva for Maha Shivaratri to the devotees of Annamalai who are circumambulating Arunachala on the sacred occasion of Maha Shivaratri. Hinduism was predicted by his predecessors Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, Sri Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal and Pundi Mahan Swamigal. Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, the successor of Sri Seshadri Swamigal, in the avachinna unbroken Guru Parampara of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai. Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi popularized the path of self-inquiry taught in the Upanishad as a path to enlightenment. The path of self-inquiry, experienced and taught by Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi and perfected by his disciples, is what is now being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Kailasa. Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi was once asked by his disciples who would succeed him in the lineage of incarnations in Tiruvannamalai. Bhagavan prophesied that a saint holding a fan would be his predecessor. He had indeed described Sri Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal. The disciples then asked him further who would succeed next, to which Bhagavan replied, a young sage with a turban smiling under a banyan tree. A prophecy clearly describing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, seated under the banyan tree of Adi Kailasa. Prior to departing from his mortal frame, Sri Raja Mudaliyar, the biological grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, sought the blessings of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi in the late 1940s. In a ceremonious gesture, Bhagavan blessed him and proclaimed that Bhagavan Arunachala himself would be his lineage, thus predicting the birth of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into their very household. Pundi Mahan, another great saint of Tiruvannamalai, was a mystic who never spoke much and who would bless anyone who goes to him with a boon. He was a living Kalpataru, a wish-fulfilling tree for the people. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his paternal grandmother Yellamal, his maternal grandmother Yellamal, took Malokanayaki Amma, Pundi Mahan, when Malokanayaki had conceived her second child, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yellamal Amma always wanted a granddaughter the stature of Devi Meenakshi, while Sri Raja Mudaliyar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's father, always wanted a grandson of the stature of Annamalai himself. Yellamal expressed her wish to Pundi Mahan, who looked up and threw some rice and flowers at Malukanaki and said, Ammayappana Pirupen Ho. It means, I will come and be born as mother and father. Go. As a pure channel of Paramashiva, Pundi Mahan flowed with the words of Paramashiva himself, revealing that Paramashiva, who is the embodiment of both the male and female energies, the Divine Father and Divine Mother components, will himself be born as her grandson. Has been clearly recorded in the Nadi readings. The Nadi readings are about the entire history of life in the universe itself, written originally by the ancient rishis, including the renowned sage and Siddha Agastya. The Nadi readings are an astrological phenomenon. They are originally written by the ancient rishis, including the renowned sage Rishi Agastya. The Jivanadi of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was obtained at this point in time, and it revealed grand ceremonious truths on the advent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism trained in rigorous yoga with his yoga guru, Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, also known as Raghupati Yogi, from the age of 3 until the age of 13. Sri Raghupati Yogi's origin is still not traceable by even his own family. He lived beyond 100 years and came from Burma to Tiruvannamalai by foot, heeding the call of Arunachala in his very being. He was a chosen guru for the revival of yoga through the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, would be his disciple. Sri Raghupati Yogi was an extraordinary yogi whose yogic feats were well known to the entire townspeople of Tiruvannamalai. He was an adept not just in yoga but also in the science of Aushadha and in the science of energy healing.
मूषिकवाहन मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर.
People came to Raghupati Yogi for both yoga and Aushadha. Sri Raghupati Yogi radiated the spiritual powers of Paramashiva as a natural consequence of his yogic practice. Paramashiva is the Adi Yogi, the primordial yogi who delivered the original science of yoga to the world. His intention for us behind practicing yoga is to achieve the space of oneness with the whole and prepare the body to radiate spiritual powers from the space of oneness for which the body is originally hardwired. Sri Raghupati Yogi demonstrated this with perfection. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism trained with Raghupati Yogi from the age of 3 until 13 in the Kritika Mandapam, a 36-pillar mandapam inside the 4th circumambulatory path of the Arunachala temple. Sri Raghupati Yogi was known to demonstrate the powers of sound, the power of levitation, of teleportation. His yogic feats and control over his body and internal organs baffled even the medical fraternity. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing his yoga guru in action, he says, the way Raghupati Yogi will play with sound and the way he will transmit the initiation, he will make me sit and keep the bilva leaf on my head. He would say, if the head is silent, the object kept on the head will not get pulled towards it, it will simply levitate. He will first keep a bilva leaf, and once I become silent and the bilva leaf starts floating in the air, he will bring thicker object, whatever is available in the temple area. And once that also starts floating, he will keep a small stone, and that will also start floating, and then he will initiate me into mantras. He will not utter the mantras aloud. He will simply sit and stare at me through the third eye, transmitting the mantras in silence. And I have to pen them down, sometimes on paper and sometimes he will just spread the sand and I have to write on the sand whatever I heard. And on other occasions, he will play the damaru, but no sound will come from it. Or he will just sit in silence, and suddenly you will hear the whole of Tirukailaya Vadyam, the drums of Kailasa, playing loudly. Sometimes he will make a sound, and from his mouth, water will flow as if the Ganga is flowing. I used to wonder, in this body, how can this much water be stored? Of course, it is not stored water, it is water flowing from another source through this mouth.
नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणा सागर नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्त परायणा नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर चंद्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर गोकुलनंदना गोपी मनोहर हरि नारायण नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वरा बन्ध विमोचना पाप संहारक पतित पावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश
Continuing with Sri Raghupati Yogi's extraordinary yogic feats and power manifestation, he would convey messages to people by talking to a stone, and the people will hear it, and whatever the people are responding will come from the stone to him. He will make an ordinary stone act like a smartphone. These are the very words the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is using to describe his yoga guru Sri Raghupati Yogi and the extraordinary spiritual powers that he manifested. He reveals Sri Raghupati Yogi organized the first public lecture. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivered the Patanjali Yoga Sutras during this first public lecture that Sri Raghupati Yogi organized. And this happened when he was less than 12 years of age. It was during this incident that Sri Raghupati Yogi performed Pada Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on stage. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism could not bear his guru performing Pada Puja to him, but he remained quiet. And later, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when he was with Sri Raghupati Yogi in the Kritika Mandapam, pressing his calf muscle, while Sri Raghupati Yogi sat with closed eyes, he asked him, "Why did you do such a thing?" Sri Raghupati Yogi had his eyes closed and did not respond. But upon the persistence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Raghupati Yogi replied with tears streaming down his cheeks. He said, "I know you are an incarnation, and so I want to be the first to offer Pada Puja to you." His response shook the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as he had never seen such a melting face of his otherwise sturdy yoga guru. When the time was deemed right, Sri Raghupati Yogi arranged to announce the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as his successor, and for this he organized for photographs to be taken to record his decision in history. He engaged Sri Radhakrishna Gupta, one of the few photo studio owners of Tiruvannamalai at the time. He ran the Kala studio. When the photographs were being taken, Sri Radhakrishna Gupta and his assistant became direct eyewitnesses to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism levitating a clear 1 foot above the ground. Sri Radhakrishna Gupta and his assistant were terrified as they had never seen levitation before, and they both ran out of their own studio. Sri Raghupati Yogi then went and explained to them the whole science and assured them that there was nothing wrong and nothing to be frightened about. And he brought them back and asked them to take a second shot, as he said the first shot would not have made an impression on the film, as the energy emission during the levitation was very high. And Sri Radhakrishna Gupta watched the film roll and found that it was indeed blank. He then took the second shot when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was seated stably on the ground. And when these photographs were printed, Yogi Yogananda Puri asked the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism what he envisioned himself to look like in the future, and spontaneously the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism drew a self-portrait of what he would look like 10 years from then. This is still seen on the rear of this iconic photograph. Sri Raghupati Yogi's extraordinary yogic feats were such that sometimes he would stop his heart for a full 8 minutes. The doctors would many times declare him dead and call for the ice box when he would sit up in front of their eyes. And immediately after a heart attack, he would sit up and tie an iron rope around his chest and breathe and break it, just with the power of his yogic breathing. Doctors finally sent him home, saying he had no heart attack. Finally, when Sri Raghupati Yogi left the body, he had no heart attack. He just gave the final instructions and simply left the body. And he had already conveyed to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when he would be leaving the body. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has installed the Jiva Samadhi of Sri Raghupati Yogi and Mata Vibhutananda Puri and consecrated a Shivalingam on them. The Jiva Samadhi of Sri Raghupati Yogi is in the cremation grounds near Yamalinga, while the Jiva Samadhi of Mata Vibhutananda Puri is in the cremation grounds near Ishanyalinga, both on the mountain path. Shri Isakki Swamigal, his Jiva Samadhi is in Panchamukam, which is also on the Girivala path.
ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும்.
It was with Mata Vibhutananda Puri, also known as Kuppamal, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored the Tantra, the Vedanta traditions along with the Sri Vidya method of worship. At a very young age, Mata Vibhutananda Puri had darshan of Devi, the divine feminine consciousness, as the cosmic sovereign ruler Rajarajeshwari. Since then, Mata Vibhutananda Puri became a worshipper of the divine feminine. Mata Vibhutananda Puri founded the Apita Kuchambad Tirupugal Mother Sabai, a female-only organization dedicated to keeping alive the sacred sciences of Hinduism, specifically the worship of the Cosmic Mother, and also spreading devotion towards Lord Muruga through singing of the Tirupugal verses in public functions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was the only male child inducted in the group, as he was a direct inheritor of Mata Vibhutananda Puri. சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். Anasuya Amar, the paternal grandmother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, was a dear associate of Mata Vibhutananda Puri and a founding member of this organization. சேர்க்கும் குரு நித்யனனை நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும்.
என்னாலுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனை நீ நம்பு, அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும், ஞானமும்.
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has further revealed that Mata Vibhutananda Puri would walk several miles along with Kartish Shiva, a mutant of Tiruvannamalai, who had left the physical body but who would appear and disappear at his will by either pulling out or putting in a herb in his mouth. He was completely familiar with the forest of Tiruvannamalai and therefore with all its sacred herbs.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
Mata Vibhutananda Puri would walk 6 to 7 hours with Kartish Shiva Swami and pick herbs to prepare Aushadha for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And once the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls asking her why she took so much trouble just to get the herbs. Mata Vibhutananda Puri replied most beautifully in poetic Tamil. She would say, "You are not the essence of just milk, you are the essence of the very milky ocean, so we only have to take care of you." Mata Vibhutananda Puri would also walk up the Arunachala Hill at that old age to meet Malauchi Maunaswami, who lived on the slopes of the Arunachala Hill. She went to him to get his inputs on major decisions like initiations, ceremonies, timings and procedure and dates related to preparing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Anasuya Ammal, the paternal grandmother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, would also accompany her up to Skandashram. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a pet dog by name Manu, who is none other than the vehicle of Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, who ferociously protected the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his childhood. He would also accompany Mata Vibhutananda Puri.
ஸ்வர்ணநாகவாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்யதாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
அன்னை கூறும் ஒரு சொல்லே நித்யானந்தத்தில் சேர்க்கும்.
Sri Isaki Swamigal was a powerful, enlightened being who radiated the space of Paramashiva. He belonged to the Avaduta Sampradaya of mutants who wore no clothes and ate no food. Sri Isaki Swamigal lived with no physical or mental need to eat food and found no social obligations to wear clothes. He was a powerful healer who would heal people just by the power of his words. He was also the guru of Mata Vivekanandapuri. Isaki Swamigal is known for putting a garland of humans, what is called the Naramala, around Arunachala during the 1970s, early 80s. And the citizens, visitors of Tiruvannamalai consulted him on their physical, mental and spiritual problems. Isaki Swamigal would simply write and show a number, which meant they have to do Girivala of Arunachala that many times. And they would completely obey his words and be healed of their issues. During this period, the major hospitals of Tiruvannamalai were shut down for Swamigal. The number of people coming around Arunachala made it look like a grand garland of humans around Arunachala, described as a Naramala at that time, meaning a garland of humans.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
Sri Isaki Swamigal has accomplished another extreme spiritual feat of circumambulating the Arunachala Hill for over 1008 days, not by walking but by rolling his entire body on the ground, what is known as the Anga Pradakshina. In Hindu tradition, there is a spiritual practice called Anga Pradakshina where the aspirant rolls his or her body on the ground with circumambulation of the deity.
காட்சியின் பேரிடில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும் கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது
As the land of Tiruvannamalai is so sacred, it is described poetically that there is a Shiva Linga for every foot of the land. Isaki Swamigal would come around the hill not with his feet, which would be disrespectful to the land, but by rolling his entire body on the ground, what is called as the Anga Pradakshina. He would cover 2 kilometers every day. He would complete the complete circumambulation of 14 kilometers in a period of a week. Continued his practice for a period of 1008 days. Every day he would walk to the point where he left the previous day and he would start rolling on me. Sakhi Swamigal and Mata Vivekananda Puri would give the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism various Aushadha drinks as herbal diet before teaching the subtle truths of the Upanishad. The Aushadha used to be either the Arugampul, the Bermuda grass juice, or Neem, or Bilva, Bail, or Tulasi. Or they would cook the pineapple fruit in the night and extract the juice which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would have to consume the next day morning. On one occasion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism asked his gurus why he had to undergo this herbal diet, while other people were not seen drinking Aushadha before reading the great sacred scriptures. Sri Sakhi Swamigal replied, whether the rest of the people in the world understand or not, whether they grab the truth or grasp the truth, finally, the resultant responsibility goes with just them. They live their life without what they understood or misunderstood. But in your case, we cannot take the risk because whatever you are going to say, the whole world is going to listen. So you have to understand it properly. These are the prophetic words of Sri Sakhi Swamigal to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Nithyananda Jnanapīṭa Mahasamsthāna Simhāsana Darisanam Darisanam Nityan Darisanam Darisanam Deva Darisanam Darisanam Nityan Darisanam Darisanam Deva Darisanam.
Several times the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared on how his gurus prepared and gave him Aushadha for the highest expression of superconsciousness through his body. For example, they used to even apply the donkey's milk on his tongue, which is what has made his voice so strong and so metallic. His gurus did all of this intuitively to prepare him to speak for long hours and deliver the same truths.
Jnanapīṭa Mahasamsthāna Simhāsana Darisanam
Sri Isaki Swamigal gave the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism the first Volai Chuvadi or palm leaf scripture that commenced the grand revival of the sacred scriptural knowledge of Hinduism that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has accomplished through Kailasa. Sri Isaki Swamigal attained Mahasamadhi in the year 1991. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared the miracle incident that happened 3 days after Sri Isaki Swamigal left his body. They were preparing to place his body in the seated posture in Jiva Samadhi, which required that his body is seated in the Padmasana cross-leg posture. And the great saint Tirumular has documented this in his famous publication Tirumandiram on how to create the Jiva Samadhi for the great incarnations. In that, he has specifically mentioned about the cross-leg posture. So they were preparing to place his body in the seated posture, which required that the body is seated in the Padmasana cross-leg posture. At that moment, when they did not know what to do and they were afraid they might harm the body if they forcefully did it themselves, Mata Vivekananda Puri merely looked at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and told him, "Why don't you do something?" And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism silently looked at his Guru Isaki Swamigal with a prayer request to come into the cross-leg Padmasana posture by himself, so they may set him in the Jiva Samadhi. And no sooner did he humbly request him that very moment the body of Sri Isaki Swamigal simply stretched both the legs out and locked itself in the Padmasana posture. And witness to this are all the people of Tiruvannamalai who stood around when Isaki Swamigal's Jiva Samadhi was being done.
பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his childhood years in Tiruvannamalai explored the science of Nirahara Samyama and Kaya Kalpa with his Guru Maunaswami Narayana Swami, who was powerfully established in his experience of the Supreme Consciousness and imparted the knowledge and technique of the Nirahara Samyama to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Nirahara Samyama is the science of living without consuming solid food and preparing the body, detoxing it to express the powers of Paramashiva. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes his Guru Maunaswami Narayana Swami thus, in his own words: Maunaswami never ate or drank anything. He used to sit in the southern tower, Tirukkatte Gopuram, of the Arunachala temple. Even now, there is a small memorial in that place where he used to be in Samadhi all the time. Later, he moved to living on the slopes of Arunachala. It is not that he did not have food. People will bring so many things when they come for his darshan, but he will not touch anything. He will have a small stick with which he will push it out to the devotees, other devotees as a prasadam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is shared that the very skin of Maunaswami Narayana Swami would shine, radiate because of the higher purpose for which he doesn't eat. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains that it is the cognition, the purpose that adds the sincerity and Shraddha to the act. And Shraddha has the capacity to generate Ojas and Tejas. Ojas means the pure energy, and Tejas is the shining power. Swami used to be in silence all the time. Sometimes he will write and show answers that he wants to give to people's questions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism asked him once why he chose a particular place at Tiruvannamalai near the smaller temple tower on the southern side. Swami responded by showing through his hands, indicating breathing of pranayama. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism asked him, breathing, pranayama, you can do anywhere. Why here? To which Swami wrote and showed, explaining that just next to the tower, the temple tower, there is an ilippai tree, the Indian butter tree or the mahua tree. And it is said in Tamil about the ilippai tree, Illada kaattukku ilippai chakkarai. It means where there is no sugar mill available, the ilippai flowers are used as the sugar, as the ilippai tree supplies enough organic sugar, energy needed for its internal organs. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains that this is the science of Kaya Kalpa. The food, when it is solid, reduces our very longevity and health. When it becomes liquid, our longevity and health increases. And when it becomes pure prana or life energy carried by the air, our longevity and health increases much more. All these trees have their own breathing space to the circumference where they spread their flowers and fruits. So this temple tower in which Swami sat comes within the breathing space of that ilippai tree. So when he sits there and does his pranayama, the very fragrance of the ilippai, the glucose, sugar, directly from it. These great beings existed in such powerful ways as described in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and people sought them out wherever they were for their invaluable guidance.
பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது, பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது, பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரே ராரீரோ
great beings of Tiruvannamalai, the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, existed in such powerful ways as described in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and people sought them out wherever they were for their invaluable guidance. The moment he heard Maunaswami Narayana Swami's reply, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism immediately ran to his yoga guru Raghupati Yogi for more clarity on what he had just heard. Raghupati Yogi asked him to get some cooked rice without adding any sugar or sweetener. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism brought it, and Raghupati Yogi kept the pot near the semi-liquid tree and just kept his hand on the tree, inhaled and exhaled and did pranayama. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism saw that the rice simply turned into sweetened rice. Raghupati Yogi had actually demonstrated how the breathing space of the tree can infuse glucose for your internal organs through prana, the life energy, and how that can be converted and passed through your hands into the food. It is these amazing sciences of the Hindu tradition that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today and inspiring his followers to live and raise their consciousness to the next level. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated his followers into the science of Nirahara Samyama and Kaya Kalpa. Another great guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, who was known in the spiritual hub of Tiruvannamalai as Totakara Tata, or gardening grandfather, because he maintained flower gardens and tied garlands for the temple deities every day. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai was a master in the sciences of Aushadha, Mantra and Yantra, the traditions which use sacred chants, sacred geometric shapes representing the cosmic energy. And they are also used to sustain the experiences of a consciousness in one's body. Preserved and revered in the sovereign archives of Kailasa today are two of the yantras and books which Narayana Swami Pillai gave to the SPH. There are also handwritten initiation mantras with instructions given by Sri Narayana Swami Pillai to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to manifest any reality that you want, and to energize herbs and make them into Aushadha. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai's grandson Parthiban Ayya has shared on how, as a child, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would come to their house and spend hours together with Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, exploring the science of Yantra and Aushadha. And together they would grind the medicines. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai had 3 large stone crucibles just for grinding the medicines. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai was one of the powerful mutants of Tiruvannamalai and adept in the science of Aushadha and Yantras. He was fondly called Chakaram because of his expertise in yantras that resembled wheel-like drawings. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored both these sciences with him during his childhood years. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai used to sit in a small Ganesha temple in the Thirumanjana Gopuram street, where people reached him for solutions for any physical disorder, or if they were possessed by spirits, or if they just wanted to end any life struggle. He would interpret that within its scope for those who cannot come to him. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing his Guru Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares, so casually he will take a mirror or a white betel leaf and apply the Jnananjana on it in his unique style. And it will act like a high-definition television and show him whatever he wants. All the police officers who worked in Tiruvannamalai or even in Chennai 30 years earlier will know what I'm talking about. They will all come to him for resolving crimes, and he will show where the criminal is hiding, where the stolen goods are kept, who has murdered, how the murder happened, long shot, close up, anything they wanted. And they will go and solve the crimes. He will not even see the scenes himself. He will just chew and eat the leaf after they have seen. He was such an unassuming villager who was a great power manifester. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls looking into the mirror once and getting a shock as he saw the image of Devi herself sitting and smiling at him.
Mushikavahana Mangaladayaka Gauri Nandana Nityapurisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Mukti Pradayaka Vigna Vinashaka Siddhi Vinayaka Nityapurisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Gangadhara Hara He Parameshwara Jaya Jagadishwara Nityapurisha
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls one of the most interesting incidents he witnessed with his Guru Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, where he saved a life so casually. In his own words, he describes, one day a person named Shivan Pillai got caught in a crime, not because he did the crime, but because he was in the wrong place with the wrong people. He ran to Narayana Swami Tata and begged him, please save me. Tata particularly mentioned one cave in the Arunachala Hill and told him, go and sit in that cave. As long as the food comes to you, do not come out. As usual, the police went to Tata to resolve his crime, and all of them got arrested other than this one devotee. I asked Narayana Swami Tata, why did you tell him to go and sit in the cave? He replied that the particular person was supposed to get arrested, meaning the word bandhana, as per his planetary positions in his horoscope and go to jail. But now, his bandhana or destiny to be in jail has been changed to bandhana yoga, means withdrawal from society and meditating. The same punishment is now transformed into tapas, penance, and he also got some powers because he obeyed the Guru, word of the Guru, 2021. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai had the direct darshan of Parashakti, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes in his own words. She gave him one instruction: you can earn any amount of money through these powers, but in the night when you are going to sleep, nothing should be there with you. You should have spent it or distributed it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, I have seen him earning in those days, in the 1980s, 2,000 to 3,000 rupees per day. But he will not ask people for money. They themselves will drop whatever they have. And before going to bed, he will call the local sadhus and distribute it or give it to. What will you do later? He laughed and said, the powers Devi gave, that is the only security for future, not this money. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism summarizes the life of Sri Narayana Swami Pillai in one line. He says, he made his career as a mission. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received many direct initiation gifts from all his gurus, which happens in the Hindu tradition only when the disciple has proven to the guru that he will take all the wealth of knowledge given by them and initiations that were given to him to millions more. Only then the disciple is entrusted with these most coveted and celebrated secrets of the universe. For if they are given to anyone lesser, they will lose their very value and purpose. Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal is the Guru and predecessor of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the unbroken lineage of the Guru Parampara of Tiruvannamalai of Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared that it is his great fortune that he spent several years living around Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal in his childhood days. He imbibed the Advaita Bhakti, the devotion through oneness, from him. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes in his own words on the grace of Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal, quoting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The grace of Yogiram Surat Kumar, I tell you, the way he would sit and the way he would be, the grace he radiated, brought tremendous assurance and trust about the whole science that he was radiating. It is not that all the time he would be talking to me. Many times I will sit in one corner, sometimes even 100 feet away from him, and I would be watching his activities, his behavior, what he was doing. There are many times not even one word will transpire between him and me. Just one glance. I will go and sit and watch whatever he's doing and come back. Sometimes even once a week, one smile. But there was such a tremendous reassurance, feeling guided, feeling protected. Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal mostly sat amidst piles of garbage at the Ter Mutti on Teradi Street, where the temple chariot was parked. His home was right next to it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was one day passing by him with a group of children on the way to school, and along with the other children, he stopped and asked him if he will pass in the school examination, for which Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal replied to him, you will pass the very test of life. People used to ask him why he collected so much garbage and kept it next to him, and his reply was, "Am I the only one having garbage? Why don't you look in? You are collecting more garbage than me. Just to remind you that you are collecting more garbage than me, I am collecting and keeping it outside to symbolically remind you." He collected garbage in the outside just to show people that they are collecting garbage inside them in the form of unwanted thoughts. And his sacks of garbage that he kept near the temple chariot would never be disturbed by anyone. The temple authorities will never throw away the garbage. They will simply move it aside, and once Annamalaya gets into the chariot, goes around and comes back, and the chariot is parked, they would put the garbage bags right back in the same place.
பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும் பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும்
Sri Yogi Ram Sarath Kumar Swamigal used to sit in the cremation grounds of Tiruvannamalai. And it is there that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would also find him, and he would be around him. And when he asked him one day why he would always choose a cremation ground, he replied, "It is here that no one will disturb us." Sri Yogi Ram Sarath Kumar Swamigal used to smoke the village cigar, what is called the bidi. And the miracle about it was, although he was a chain smoker, there would be absolutely no smell of it around him. On one such occasion, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was spending time around Sri Yogi Ram Sarath Kumar Swamigal, Yogi Ram Sarath Kumar Swamigal took the bidi he was smoking and offered it to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And what happened after that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes in his own words. He says, "I was brought up in a very orthodox family. When he suddenly picked up the bidi from his mouth and stretched it up to me, my love for him and my parental conditioning on the other side were fighting with each other. And by that time, the fire went and touched his finger, and he simply dropped the bidi. He just caught my ears and blew the smoke from his mouth onto my face. And for the next 3 days, whatever was happening around me was a soundless movie. Everything was so peaceful. But I repent for not picking the bidi when he gave it, when he stretched his hand. If I would have picked up the bidi from him that day, my parental conditioning would have broken. I can say that I would have saved at least 2 years in the mission of Kailasa." The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared this incident time and again, explaining how when we miss, when the Guru stretches his hand, there is definitely a delay in our life, because whatever the masters do for us is only to take us to the next level. If we simply follow it, we will experience the truth sooner in our lives.
சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவா
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes another incident, which is one of the most miraculous incidents he saw in his years around Sri Yogi Ram Sarath Kumar Swamigal, when he brought the dead back alive in front of his own eyes. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he describes this incident. One elderly lady, who was his devotee, came and cried at his feet and said her husband had cancer, and doctors have said nothing can be done, and he may just die in the next few days. And she put her Mangal Sutra, her bridal thread, tied around her neck by her husband at his feet and begged, "Give me the Tali Bhagyam, give me the blessing that I should be Sumangali," meaning never widowed. As usual, Yogiram Sarat Kumar Swamigal was having his beedi and took out the beedi of his mouth and said, "It will be done." Unfortunately, after a few days, her husband died. It takes 24 hours to finish all the rituals. So maybe after 24 hours of his death, the body was being brought to the cremation grounds. And again, he, Yogiram Sarat Kumar Swamigal, was sitting in the cremation ground at that time. Usually, women are not allowed to come with a dead body to the cremation ground, but she came to the cremation ground just to see Yogiram Sarat Kumar Swamigal. And I was also next to him, seeing the whole scene. She came and fell at his feet and cried, and touched the Mangalyam and touched the feet. He said, "I already told you you will be Sumangali," but she just burst out and said, "He is dead, Swamiji, and they are bringing his body to the cremation ground. I came to just cry at your feet." He was such a powerful being. He just looked intensely, straight. I got frightened because I can see when he was looking, he became a different personality. In Tiruvannamalai, when they bring the dead bodies from the house, the head will be facing the house. Near the Harishchandra temple, they will do a ritual and turn the head towards the cremation ground, meaning his life is over and he is now moving to the next phase. So she said, "They are turning the dead body to face the cremation ground at the Harishchandra temple." He just stared at her and told her, "I have turned his head. They don't need to turn his head now. Go and tell them." I was shocked. She just jumped up and ran, and there she saw he was sitting alive. He had sat up and dropped the bamboo cord, the padai on which he was being carried, and ran away. And both of them, husband and wife, came and touched his feet. And Yogiram Sarat Kumar Swamigal simply laughed. After the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism returned to Tiruvannamalai in the year 2000, Sri Yogiram Sarat Kumar Swamigal, during the last days of his life, called some of the important members of the Arunachala temple and his first circle of devotees, his disciples, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also present there, pressing his feet. And it was during this time that he declared to the small group that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would be carrying forward the mantle of Paramashiva, guiding the whole of humanity, succeeding him here in Tiruvannamalai. And just a few days after that, he attained Mahasamadhi. There are rare photographs available that have captured Sri Yogiram Sarat Kumar Swamigal and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism together in the Oya Madam, which is right opposite the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is one of the oldest traditional chowdhuries of Tiruvannamalai. The photographs have been taken on an occasion of the sacred white thread ceremony of the son of a famous writer, Sri Balakumar. Sri Yogiram Sarat Kumar Swamigal was his guru, and therefore he had requested him to come and preside over the function. And the biological family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also known to Sri Balakumar Iyer, and therefore they were also invited for the function.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சுத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சுத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
These great beings of Tiruvannamalai were the gurus to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his childhood years here in Tiruvannamalai. We are continuing to watch the Aushadha Annadhan being served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, from both the locations on Tiruvudal Street and in Adi Annamalai. As the Annamalaya devotees are continuing to circumambulate Arunachala on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருத்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம், நித்தியத்தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும்.
Another great sadhu, one of the gurus of Tiruvannamalai, is Sri Annamalai Swamigal, a great disciple and personal sevak of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. He taught Advaita and self-inquiry as two paths to enlightenment. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent several years around Sri Annamalai Swamigal in his childhood years in Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the power of Annamalai Swamigal's samadhi and his ability to be unclutched in these following words. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing Annamalai Swamigal, he can just sit in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Sahaja Samadhi forever. His is an unbroken Sahaja Samadhi. The most powerful, unclutched being I have ever seen is Annamalai Swamigal. Even when his eyes are open, you can look into his eyes and see that he is unclutched, that he is in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Only in his eyes are realized. Anybody can come in front of him and there will not be any expression in his eyes. He will be just seeing, but there will be no reaction from within. Such pure Nirvikalpa Samadhi. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his enlightenment experience at the age of 12, which happened after he heard Annamalai Swamigal's words on the truth that we are beyond pain. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls the series of incidents that led to the final experience of enlightenment. In his own words, I will describe exactly what happened at the age of 12 on this Purnima day and also Vaikashi Vishaka. The Vaikashi month, Vishaka Nakshatra. As per the tradition, this is the day Subramanya appeared from the third eye of Paramashiva as an embodiment of Jnana, enlightenment. On this very day in the evening, I went to the Arunachala Hill, where there is a place called Pavalakundra, the Coral Hillock. It is a very beautiful and powerful place where Devi Parvati did tapas and became enlightened. So there is an Ardhanarishwara temple there. The Ardhanarishwara deity embodies the half Shiva and half Devi forms, symbolizing Devi's enlightenment, which is her union with Paramashiva, as his left half. In those days, I started practicing self-inquiry. Who am I? In a little different way as initiated by Annamalai Swamigal. I still remember, I started going to him just because of the candies that he gives. Once I went to listen to him, he was talking about some spiritual truths. I understood from his words that we are not the body, there is no pain or suffering for us. So it was really the beginning of a search for me. I ran to the house. I was in the pure space of listening. So whatever he had said was intensely working on me. My inner space was in completion, and the completion of Annamalai Swamigal, both together were going through a process through the very words that he had uttered. and I took a knife and cut my right thigh deeply. Blood started oozing out, and my mother started crying. I was taken to Dr. Karunanidhi's hospital, which is just opposite our house. He made 13 stitches, and after 2 or 3 days, I went again to Annamalai Swamigal and said, "You said we do not have pain or suffering." He laughed and said, "Don't worry, my son. You did not understand what I said, but even without understanding, your attitude of experimenting is a great quality. Hold on to it, you will achieve the ultimate." He gave me candies and one last word. He said, "Find out who is having that feeling that you have pain or suffering." It was an initiation. Whenever I find time, I will sit and contemplate who is having pain in me. Therefore, on this very same day at the foothills of Arunachala, I was trying to practice this technique of who am I, who's having the pain experience. And during the twilight time, after 4:30, before 6 p.m., I had this sudden click. It was not a step-by-step experience. Suddenly something opened in me. It is like when you are struggling to connect 2 pipes. Suddenly you know when from the other side of the pipe water comes out, that the 2 pipes are connected. Exactly like that. Suddenly I know something opened inside me. I was actually with closed eyes, but I could see literally all the sides. 360 degree this side and 360 degree on the other. Not only I was able to see the temple, the hill, the main temple, every single plant, the stone, the sky above me, and all of this I could see without turning my head or opening my eyes. I also experienced that the whole thing is me. How alive you are inside your skin. The same depth of life I felt with everything around me. And slowly when I settled, I went and told Mata Vibhutanandapuri what had happened. I asked her whether I was possessed by any ghost. She told me. She took me to the Arunachaleshwara temple near the Garbha Mandir, the sanctum, and asked to remember the same experience. I remembered it. She asked, "Is it getting intensified or is it getting diminished?" I said, "It is getting intensified." She said, "This Shivalinga is alive. All these deities are alive. This whole temple is alive. This is the proof that you are possessed by God, because the Arunachaleshwara temple is the most sacred and oldest energy center. If you are possessed by demon, that experience cannot become solid here. It will only become dull. If you are possessed by a divine experience, the real Kundalini awakening, only then it can become intense here." I immediately rushed. The joy was so much. I rushed and called my classmate Sampath and took him to the temple and said, "I went and sat and meditated in the rock on that hill and I got this experience. Now I can see anywhere. You also go and meditate on the rock. You will also have the same experience." I thought in that rock the experience happens. Sampath said, "What experience happened to you?" I said, "See, I can now see on all sides without turning my head. If you want, you can check." He took a coin and showed behind my head and asked whether it was the head or tail, and I answered correctly. He did this 5 to 6 times. Then I started describing the ants that were moving on the tree behind me. At that moment, he got frightened at this peculiar turn of events and, citing nature's call, ran away from me. So this method of aham spurana, flowering of the self, was given to me by Annamalai Swamigal. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing his enlightenment experience at the age of 12. And he also goes on to share how neither his father nor his mother nor any of his relatives or his friends were angry with Annamalai Swamigal in any way. trying to blame him for what had happened. His mother only said that if Annamalai Swamigal had said something, it would never be wrong. It is just that we have not understood it properly. And his father said, first let us do all the first aid, and then we will go to Annamalai Swamigal and get the clarity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai as such an amazing ecosystem that had such kind of people who never even thought that the gurus could do something bad for them, who had the most powerful cognition that the gurus would always do only good for us.
ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम दर्शनम नित्यानंद दर्शनम ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम दर्शनम नित्यं दर्शनम दर्शनम दैव दर्शनम दर्शनम नित्यं दर्शनम दर्शनम दैव दर्शनम.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes an incident with Thinnai Swamigal, another powerful mutant of Tiruvannamalai who lived in the 1980s. Thinnai Swamigal was a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi in this holy land of Tiruvannamalai. His life demonstrated the truth of living in the boundaryless cosmic space, even while living in the boundary of a physical plane, a physical place. He lived blissfully in the Thinnai, which is a stone slab outside the house of an unknown person, for decades together, which is why he got the name Thinnai Swamigal. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the science of universal boundaryless consciousness as a path to enlightenment. He recalls a profound happening with Thinnai Swamigal during his childhood years, when he experienced yet again the magical Hindu way of knowledge transmission from Guru to disciple, describing this incident in his own words. My Guru Kuppamal once told me, let us go and sit with Thinnai Swamigal and get his blessings and listen from him some of the Vedantic truths. She took me with her. Thinnai Swamigal said, come on, you read the Rivu Gita and the Vedanta Marana Chintamani. I will explain. He is not the person who is very talkative, very few words. I started reading. Mataji Kuppamal was sitting in a very devoted and attentive way. I was reading, and then I was seeing that Thinnai Swamigal, after 1 hour, his head fell and the mouth was wide open and the saliva started pouring. I thought he was sleeping. I just nudged Mataji Kuppamal and showed he is sleeping without stopping the reading. He is such a sweet being. He was not sleeping. He was in samadhi. He did not respond with anything. He just put his hand on my knees to show that he is not sleeping. And I tell you, it was like an electrical shock for me. And whatever I had just read became a reality in front of my own eyes. He was sitting in samadhi and making all those words get into my system and become an experience in me. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent his golden childhood here in Tiruvannamalai, wandering in its sacred space, his eyes ever seeking the mystics, the yogis, the mutants who lived here, radiating the powerful truths of the Hindu tradition. He sat at their feet as a disciple, surrendering to their mystical ways, enlightening words, and joyful lives. One such mutant is Aushadha Swami, who lived all his life in a 3 feet by 3 feet enclosure. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes Aushadha Swami in these words. I have seen one Swami. He was called Aushadha Swami. Aushadha means bottled gourd, a vegetable. In front of him, a half-bottled gourd shell would be there, in which people would put food. Whenever he feels like he will eat, otherwise he will not. The next person who wants to offer food to him will empty the bottled gourd, clean it, and put fresh food, keep it, and leave. He had at least 25 to 30 dogs around him as his friends. Throughout his life, he lived in a 3 feet by 3 feet small structure. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further describes Aushadha Swami. I have never seen him moving. I even doubted if his bones were frozen. I knew he was alive because he used to talk to people sometimes. He would smile sometimes. His hands would move. Because of that, I know he is alive. And he would never move to ease himself. The birds started sitting on his head and eating from his hair. And because of this, some of his followers made a small stone pillared structure 3 feet by 3 feet, and his whole life he sat there. Only sometimes his sitting posture will be different. That is why we can even presume that he is still alive. But the kind of a space that he radiated and the way he would be sitting, it was so visibly declaring the powers of the yogic tradition. As we can see, the Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be served at KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram located on the mountain path.
வசியம் செய்திட விடமச்சையில் நித்யன் என்னை வசியம் செய்திட வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது கடவுள் அவதரித்தது.
The sannyasis and the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are untiringly serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalai devotees here in Tiruvannamalai. It is here in Tiruvannamalai that Paramashiva first incarnated as Bhagavan Lingodbhava, where the first time Paramashiva, whose formless, entered into form to resolve a dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. That very same energy of Bhagavan Lingodbhava is happening today once again on the planet, which is the celebration of Maha Shivaratri. And for this sacred occasion, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramamashivam, has been offering the Aushadha Annadhan to completely serve and support the Annamalai devotees in their spiritual practice of performing the Girivala around the Arunachala Hill.
பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ
On this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, we had the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivам, the living manifestation of Paramashiva. We had a powerful message directly from Kailasa to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he initiated us into the most powerful cognition that we are Paramashiva, each one of us. And following this powerful cognition, we received the Diksha initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into internalizing, holding this very truth, this powerful cognition within us, where he made us vibrate our very being with the Parama mantra Shiva Shiva, which will consume our very individual identity and make us experience the Paramashivatva in us.
எவ்விதமான ஒரு
the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again given the clarion call to humanity to wake up and live a cosmic law-centric lifestyle, to be free from all the individual and global struggles that we face today. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has successfully established the only Hindu nation today, Kailasa, which functions on the cosmic principles of peaceful coexistence. An important component in realizing peaceful coexistence is the food component, where eating vegetarian food reduces the violence of killing other beings and consuming them as food. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, while describing his Guru Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, says, if anyone came and sat in front of Sri Narayana Swami Pillai after having non-vegetarian food, he would simply see them and be able to tell this. He would just tell them, there is a dead corpse in your stomach, so come back after 2 days. Such was the power of these gurus and the pure life of non-violence that they lived. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again given this clarion call to humanity in his very words. In his powerful message to humanity, he says, it is time we enrich the whole humanity for a dharmic life, the cosmic law-centric lifestyle. We need to align ourselves and enrich our others to align to the enlightened lifestyle. Consciousness-centric lifestyle is no more a luxury, it is a survival need. There are only two choices in front of us. Either all of us wake up and decide to make decisions and policies based on the cosmic principles revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, the consciousness-centric lifestyle, the enlightened civilizational thought currents, so that we all coexist. That is the best way to coexist. The exist. There will be nothing left. It is time we all wake up and decide to align our lifestyle, policies, everything centered on cosmic principles. It is time to look beyond our borders as the whole global family. Kailasa's effort is to unite all the nations. Uniting all the nations is fundamentally to enrich everyone with the highest values. Hinduism says very clearly, Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. Non-violence is the ultimate cosmic principle. The natural law of the cosmos functions centered on ahimsa and coexistence. It is time we all wake up to this truth. Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. We can apply this principle whether a simple decision of what you eat for your breakfast or the major decisions you make about the relationships, the way you relate with other countries, external affairs policies. In every level it is time we bring enlightened principles, cosmic principles with a global vision. It is time we focus on right education more than developing armies. It is time we focus more on researching longevity than biological weapons. Kailasa, the constitution of Kailasa, gives fundamental rights to all beings, not just Hindus or not just human beings. All living beings have a right to exist, a right to be treated as the manifestation of Paramashiva. The first amendment to the Kailasa's constitution is the right to treat you as Paramashiva, God Himself, for all beings, not just human beings, but for all beings. Let us all decide to respect, revere, honor, accept, coexist with all beings. Not just human beings, with all beings. Planet Earth is for animals too, not just for human beings. We human beings need to realize we cannot survive on the planet by eliminating all other species. It is time we wake up and treat all beings with with not just human rights, with divine rights. All beings have a right to exist, treat themselves, treat others, to be treated by others as divine, Paramashiva. It is time we look beyond the ideas of currency, beyond the ideas of army, beyond the ideas of political ideologies, beyond the ideas of political borders, beyond the ideas of religious philosophies. It is time we look at the whole planet Earth and all the beings through the cosmic principles. Kailasa is striving to present cosmic, conscious, enlightened, principle-centric model communities, ecosystems all over the world. With the blessings of Paramashiva and the gods and goddesses of Kailasa, we do have a territory, but we are not just territory-centric nation. We are territory-based civilizational nation. The territory is just for us to stay and operate. It is time we all started looking beyond borders. O Hindus, ethnic minority in every country you have settled, whether it is the United States of America or Canada or UK or Australia. It is time you take these cosmic principles from Vedagamic constitution and enrich the whole world with it. It is time we need to enrich the world to these cosmic principles and revive the ancient enlightened civilization. It is not just removing the extreme poverty. It is not just stopping the deforestation. It is not just protecting the animal rights. It is making everyone feel everything is divine. We need to look at everything from the principle of cosmos. It is time for us to wake up. Let us all resolve with the grace of Paramashiva to stand for the principles he himself has revealed in the Vedas and Agamas and revive the ancient enlightened civilization and cosmic principles. Through these cosmic principles, let us protect planet Earth, the only home we have. Let us strive through coexistence, not just tolerance. I sincerely request these lofty ideals, goals, policies should not be just in books. They should come out to the real decision-making tables. All the statements, all the dignitaries, all the influencers in the field of entertainment, like the celebrities and social media influencers, I request all of you, let us be the real change.
Shakteeshwara, Shri Saileshwara, Shambho Shankara, Nitya Purisha, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Madhava Murahara, Madhura Manohara, Giridhara Nagara, Nitya Purisha, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Abhaya Pradayaka, Anandadayaka, Bhakta Udarana, Nitya Purisha, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Bansidhara Hara, Shyama Sundara, Nache Natavara, Nitya Purisha, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara.
The Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai in Arunachala Hill, located on the mountain path.
ವದನ ಸುಂದರ ನಟನ ಮನೋಹರ ಕರುಣಾಸಾಗರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಜಗದೋಧಾರಣ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜನಾರ್ದನ ಪರಮದಯಾಗನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಸತ್ಯ ಸನಾತನ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿರಂಜನ ಭಕ್ತ ಪರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ.
Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the incarnation of this day and age. Paramashiva is the ultimate cosmic principle that incarnates as the ultimate guru for humanity. From time to time, whenever human consciousness reaches a very low ebb, Bhagavan Shri Krishna in his Bhagavad Gita says, chapter 4, verse 7, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanirбhavati bharata abhyuttanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham. It means, O Bharata, O Bharat, as and when righteousness starts decaying and injustice is elevated, in all such situations I create myself. Time and again, incarnations like Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, Bhagavan Shri Krishna, Swaminarayan, or Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa have come down to bring humanity to a greater level of conscious awakening. In the same way, for the breakthrough of this age that we are living in currently, the cosmic superconsciousness has embodied the form through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the reviver of the Hindu civilizational nation, Kailasa, the only Hindu nation in the world. Entrusted with this vision, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized as an incarnation by his gurus, who prepared him for his avataric mission of reviving Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived all of the dimensions of Hinduism, from the powers of Paramashiva to sacred scriptures to temple rituals to the lifestyle for enlightened living. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established more than 16,000 Kailasas around the world to uphold the teachings of Paramashiva in the form of temples, Paduka Mandirs, Satsang centers, Paramashiva, Shakta centers, universities, and Sarvagnya Pithas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the Sacred Arts University, which has produced 1 million metal deities and distributed them to Kailasa ecosystems all over the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized as the leader of Hinduism with more than 10,000 letters of commendation and recognition for his work of reviving this nation from country statesmen, religious leaders, and noteworthy personalities across the globe. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized and received the grand coronation as the successor of several ancient Hindu kingdoms.
நித்யானந்தர் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the Sacred Arts University, which has produced 1 million mental deities and distributed them to Kailasa ecosystems all over the world. It is recognized and has received a grand coronation as the successor of 21 ancient Hindu kingdoms. However, outstanding of all his numerous contributions, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his revival of the Hindu nation and his vision for an enlightened civilization stands above all.
சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும் சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்
The ancient enlightened Hindu civilization existed in 56 nations with 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces and 10,000 Hindu traditions centuries ago. However, centuries of religious persecution has made Hindus orphans with no country representing them today. The last Hindu nation to fall was Nepal in the year 2007. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the head of 21 such ancient indigenous kingdoms of Hinduism. He is reviving Hinduism to all its glory in the United States of Kailasa, which stands for human rights and religious freedom for all Hindus worldwide, protecting Hindus from protecting one another. Kailasa is the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation with its own sovereign for all the 2 billion born and practicing Hindus, diaspora worldwide. Unlike any other modern nation, the United States of Kailasa provides a base for the revival, preservation and central administration of Hinduism. The United States of Kailasa stands for all the great values enshrined in the Constitution of Kailasa, the Vedas and the Agamas. It is governed by the Sovereign Order of Kailasa and the oldest governing body for Hinduism. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, Nithyananda, is an atypical government, simultaneously functioning as the supreme governing body of Hinduism and a sovereign entity under the international law.
சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும் வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும் ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும் மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும் என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும் மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும் என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும்
The state flag of Kailasa is called the Rishabha meaning the sacred bull of Paramashiva. Nandi, Dvaja meaning flag. Kailasa flag has 4 elements: the Nandi, the Paramahamsa bird symbol, the Anandagandha image of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and Paramashiva. The form of Paramashiva in the flag is his cosmic form, Maha Shivaratri, with 25 heads and 50 hands. It is the most powerful and ultimate form, as he himself describes in the Agamas. In the flag, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is seated in front of Paramashiva. The Kailasa flag is deep maroon in color. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the deep maroon color is associated with Tyaga. It is because of the renunciation of the monks of the sacred Hindu sannyas order that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is available to humanity today. Many sannyasis and sadhus gave their lives while protecting the Hindu scriptures, temples, knowledge, gurukuls, and deities. Kavi symbolizes their sacrifice, Kavi meaning the Okaru, their sacrifice, commitment, and integrity to Sanatana Hindu Dharma. All Kailasivasis, born Hindus and practicing Hindus all over the world, are welcome to download and print the Rishabhadvaja in their own homes to declare their integrity and support to Kailasa. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, wherever you put this flag, that space will intensely vibrate with Paramashiva's breathing space. Anywhere you put this Kailasa cosmic flag, Rishabhadvaja, Paramashiva's breathing space will fill it. In your coffee, home, cars, temples, anywhere, have this Kailasa flag. This is directly approved by Paramashiva himself. It is directly the flag of Paramashiva.
சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
மறை கூறிடும் யாவும் அருள் விழிகள் தெளிவாக்கும். அன்னை கூறும் ஒரு சொல்லே நித்யானந்தத்தில் சேர்க்கும். மறை கூறிடும் யாவும் அருள் விழிகள் தெளிவாக்கும். அன்னை கூறும் ஒரு சொல்லே நித்யானந்தத்தில் சேர்க்கும். ஜகமாயைகள் யாவும் அவள் எழில் ரூபத்தில் தோற்கும். உளம் கொள்ளும் பிணியாவும் அவள் திரு கைகளும் வீழ்த்தும். தங்கத் திருநாகத்தின் மீதே அன்னை நித்யேஸ்வரி கோலம். தங்கத் திருநாகத்தின் மீதே நித்யேஸ்வரி கோலம். சிவமாகிடும் உயர் வாழ்வினை எளிதாய் இங்கு தந்துவிடும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்டாயாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாயவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம். ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாயவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம். ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். பாத தரிசனம் பரிபூர்ண அருள் தரும். கருணை விழியதால் உயர் வாழ்வும் நிலை பெறும். நாகவாகனத்தில்
The Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும்.
At the Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, which is located in Adi Annamalai, on the mountain path itself, Therefore, it becomes very convenient for the Annamalaya devotees to just step aside, have their meal, and resume the Girivala.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும்.
On this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night, the Annamalaya devotees are circumambulating the Arunachala Hill in Tiruvannamalai and completely supporting this ardent spiritual practice are the KAILASA Tiruvannamalai with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murthy, serving the Aushadha Annadhan, Aushadha-based food that is infused with conscious energy and the very living enlightenment software.
கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும் பிறவிக் கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணம் என்று பதம் நாடிடும். மூன்றிடும் காட்சியை பாடிட வார்த்தைகள் நான் என்று நீ என்று ஓடி வரும். ஆயினும் ஆனந்த காட்சியின் பேரிடில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும். கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய்
The mission and vision of Kailasa is to have the enlightened living as a lifestyle for all of humanity and to share with today's world the practical applications of the science of enlightenment. Kailasa represents the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization based on Hinduism, standing as a bold vision of human potential, peaceful coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Kailasa offers the science of enlightenment as a master key that can solve society's major problems and wishes to share the practical applications of the science as a service for all of humanity.
கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும் பிறவிக்
The founding principles of Kailasa are Ahimsa, non-violence. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Non-violence is the ultimate cosmic law. And all the citizens of Kailasa are Paramashiva
வார்த்தைகள் நான் என்று நீ
and have a right to be treated as Paramashiva by the whole of Kailasa.
கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி
Kailasa works to unite all nations for common human values such as global peace, eradicating poverty, religious intolerance, gender equality, women empowerment, child welfare, eradicating illiteracy, sustainable development, animal protection, establishment and support of food banks, holistic healthcare, the revival of ancient heritage of Hinduism, protecting and reviving the science of enlightened birthing and pregnancy, democracy and uncorrupt elections, ethical environmentalism, protection of monks, organic and sustainable agriculture, the recovery of drug abuse, of sexual abuse victims, vegetarianism, and climate change. Towards this goal of uniting nations, Kailasa has established over 108 organizations and initiatives around the world, such as Kailasa Uniting Nations for Nonviolence and Global Peace, Kailasa Uniting Nations for Feminine Empowerment and Gender Equality, Kailasa Uniting Nations for Mental Health and Development, Kailasa Uniting Nations for a nutritious, food and hunger-free world, and so on.
दर्शनम् कल्पतरु दर्शनम्